Hello, everyone.
Dear colleagues, hi.
Hello. So I think we'll wait maybe a couple of minutes so everybody present, and I think we'll start soon.
Yep. Sure.
More and more people coming. That's good.
Yeah, great.
You're looking really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Murat, you don't hear anything?
So we have a small program, I guess, and we just mute you for a while, but we will tell you everything while it's all. So please, no worries.
No worries, no worries. Everything gonna be fine. The weather is very good today in St. Petersburg. It's sunny, so everything looks good.
So I guess
So-
1 minute? Or?
Yes, one more minute and we start.
Yep, we have problem. Sound.
So I think it's time for us to start. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending, and we welcome you in St. Petersburg, the biggest northern city of Europe. For me, it's a pleasure to start this event today. Today, we're gonna have a hybrid format of the event. Guests will be here with us at the LivingLab, and all the rest will be online. Videos presented today and tomorrow have been recorded several days and weeks ago. Here with us, we have Slava. He is a technical assistant and will be in charge of everything happening with online and stuff. To avoid any sound issues, you all will be muted. If you have any questions or problems, please type in chat. Slava is checking it always and will inform us or help you with that kind of problem. If you haven't visited our website, please go. And here is there on the website's program of the event and information about the attendees, the plans, and information about the project itself. So we'll send a link to the chat right now. And I think
it's time to start.
But wait, where is Evdokia? She's not here.
Okay, I know, Nikit. No worries. She's now in the Baltic Soccer Economy Forum. This is the first Soccer Economy Forum in St. Petersburg. So, and I think it's time to ask how is going on.
Hey, Evdokia, how's it going on?
Hello, Nikita, Sasha. I hope that you can hear and see me well. Hi, dear participants of peer-to-peer in Russia. My name is Evdokia Lomagina. I'm from Timon Group, and I am here now at the Baltic Circular Economy Forum. It is the first and only convention and matchmaking event in Russia focused on circular economy and sustainable development. We have several halls here, Finland, Germany, and I'm now here in Russian hall. We're going to start a panel session on ecosystems of industrial symbiosis and its development in Russia. We have many participants. Most of them are online, but I managed to find one here. Here is Nikolai Peterimov from Cleantech Cluster. Hi. And Elena Belova from Russian National Subcommittee of Interreg Baltic Sea region going to join us as well. I do not see her here. Anyway, we're going to start in a few minutes, so many greetings from here, and I will see you later today.
Great, Evdokia. So we are waiting for you.
Yes, come here soon.
So, and just briefly about our program. Today we are going to have a sightseeing tour. So we have a city guide who will show us St. Petersburg in real time. And also we are going to talk about plastic issues in St. Petersburg. So the topic is No Plastic is Fantastic. And we will have 2 excursions. And also we will have a case final challenge. This is the first stage of determining the best solution of using blood from meat processing plant as a resource for new productions. And for tomorrow, we'll have 3 excursions and visit to LivingLab, presentation the results of roadshow in Russia, and quiz. So we hope that all of you will stay with us for the whole 2 days, because we gonna have a little fun, and as a little motivation, we'll have a prize, subscription on bookmate.com for 3 months, courtesy of Timon Group.
So it's now we're on the same page. We can move to the next step of our program. It's gonna be St. Petersburg live excursion around the city led by Anna. She's a professional guide. You will dive into the atmosphere of the city. Anna will make a walk around the city and tell interesting things. You are free to ask any questions in Zoom chat, so she will have time to go through those questions and answer while having coffee in a famous place. The weather is usual at our places. It's cloudy, sunshine, raining, always changing from one another. So make hot tea or coffee and enjoy.
So, hello everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
Anna?
we do.
Okay, so I'm so happy to welcome you in St. Petersburg, and I have an amazing news. Today the weather is just wonderful. Look, I'm in the city center, in the heart of St. Petersburg, and in the heart of the Russian Empire. So look how beautiful it is. So we start our amazing tour at the Palace Square, the main square of St. Petersburg. So 1 minute. So yeah. Now I'm done. I will show you around. So we are starting our tour right here, and I will be with you approximately 1 hour. I will show you the most beautiful places of our city. I will show you the well yards of St. Petersburg, the inner yards. We'll talk about the way how the locals live here. And in the middle of our tour, we'll make a break. So we'll come to the most, I would say, the tastiest place in the city, and we'll have a kind of the gastronomic part of our tour. So, actually, I don't know whether you've been to St. Petersburg before or not, but I wanted to introduce our city to you. Just a quick introduction, few words about the city in order you have the idea where we are now. So, St. Petersburg, guys, is the cultural capital of Russia. In this city, we have more than 100 museums. Just imagine, more than 100 museums, 100 theaters, and universities. So for 200 years, this city had been the capital of Russian Empire. It means the most beautiful palaces, the mansions had been constructed here. I'm so sorry, I'm wearing my sunglasses because it's so sunny today. I almost can't see anything. You know, sun is so unusual for St. Petersburg. We have more than about like 40 sunny days a year. So, and now let's get started. So we are starting on the Palace Square, and in front of you, you can see this marvelous building of the green color with white columns. This building is the building of the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace was the official residence of the Russian royal family, the Romanovs. So the empress who commissioned to construct this palace, she was very luxurious lady. Her name was Elizabeth. And just imagine, Elizabeth used to have in her wardrobe 15,000 dresses. So guys, if your wife remember about 1,000 dresses, and people say that Empress. So now I think you understand this, the size of the palace. Some people had a joke that she commissioned to construct such a huge palace to keep all her dresses. So this palace was constructed by Italian architect. His name is 500 bedrooms. So Elizabeth supposed not to sleep in one bedroom twice. It's not a joke, guys, it's true. But not because she was, you know, very capricious lady, just in order of safety. Because in Russian history, the revolution happened, and they usually happened at night time. So she was scared for her lifetime. So since 18th century, this palace was the house of the Romanovs. Not bad for the house, right? So, but after the Russian Revolution in 1917, this palace was nationalized and turned into the museum. And now it's one of the biggest museums in the world. It's called the Hermitage. It's the third largest museum after the National Gallery in Great Britain and after Louvre in Paris. Probably you visited these museums. So in the Hermitage, we have about 3 million exhibits, you know, and people say, if we go to the Hermitage and we spend at least 1 minute in front of each exhibit, 8 hours a day, we will need 11 years to see the whole collection. So the Winter Palace is only the part of the museum, and other building you can see over there, just on the right hand side. So, and by the way, I will show you this huge building behind me, the building of the yellow color. Look how long it is. It's one of the longest building of St. Petersburg. It's about 700 meters long. So the name of this building is General Staff Headquarters. In the 19th century, it was constructed for the Ministry of Finance and Foreign Affairs. Nowadays, in the right part of the building that I'm showing to you, it's still General Staff. On the left part of this building, look how long it is. This is the branch of the Hermitage Museum, and it stores the collections of impressionists like Renoir, Manet, Degas, and so on and so forth. So, and also in the middle of the Palace Square, you can see huge column. This column is called Alexander Column. It was constructed after the war of Napoleon. So Russia defeated Napoleon in 1812. and we decided to commemorate this glory. So what's interesting about this column, it weighs 600 tons, 600,000 kilograms, but it's not fixed on the pedestal. Just imagine the column stands under its own weight. So today there are so many people in the Palace Square. Look, so today the day is so beautiful and the Palace Square is full of people. But in the 19th century, there was no one here. People were scared that the column can just fall down. And the architect who constructed this column decided to make a trick. Every single day, he walked around like this horse, you see. He walked around the column together with his dog, just to show people that, guys, it's safe and the column will not fall. So on top of the column, you can see the angel. It's supposed to be the guardian angel of St. Petersburg. And people say it has the face features of Russian Emperor Alexander I, who defeated Napoleon. But in the Soviet time, and I'm sure you've heard about USSR, you know, about this history period, people were planning to remove the angel from the top of the column and to install the statue of, guess who? Of Lenin, of course. But fortunately, it didn't happen. So now we are leaving the Palace Square. So we are leaving the Palace Square and we will pass through the well yards of St. Petersburg, because, you know, I want to show you the real life of the citizens, the real life of people. So one moment, I will just move my camera. It's not that comfortable. So one moment. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for waiting. So the well yards of St. Petersburg, what's that? This is the place where local people live. You see how beautiful the city center. And usually when foreigners come to St. Petersburg, they just think that we live in the palaces. And they often ask me like, Anna, I can see the palace on the right, the palace on the left, and where do local people live? And I reply, guys, we live in these palaces, but our life is not like the life of Tsar and Tsarina, emperor and empresses. So, and I will show you a little bit, you know, what is hidden behind this scene. So now I'm on the way. So, and you know, I'm so happy that the day today is just marvelous, because in St. Petersburg, according to the statistic, we have about 40 sunny days a year. Unfortunately, 40 sunny days a year. And every single sunny day matters. It's like, you know, celebration holiday for us. So yeah, I'm almost reached. I'll just show you one moment. So I almost reached one of the most beautiful bridges of St. Petersburg, and you see the navigation already started. St. Petersburg is supposed to be the northern Venice, or Venice of the North. We have about 300 rivers. I'm so sorry, 65 rivers and canals, about 1,000 bridges and 42 islands. So, by the way, you see this yellow building on the right hand side? It's still the building of the General Staff headquarters. Look how long it is, yeah? We saw that it started on the Palace Square and it's still stretched along the river. So I'll just show you this beauty. I want you to feel the atmosphere. I want you to feel you are here with me and I'm showing you the city. And by the way, we came to one of the most beautiful bridges. Look how beautiful it is. Look at this iron work. It's amazing. Oh my God. So this bridge, it's called singing bridge or choir bridge, because we are coming to soon. I will show you choir chapel. And by the way, it's one of the widest bridges of St. Petersburg. You see, I'll just turn my camera and you can see, oh, it's like a parking for the cars. The cars are parked here, but not in the reality. Actually, all these cars are parked on the bridge, and I'm just cross the roads and I will show you where this bridge ends. And by the way, this building is Kempinski Hotel. Not a bad location if you're visiting St. Petersburg. So one day I'm sure you will have a chance to come to our city and enjoy. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for this situation to finish soon. Look at the sky. Oh my God, I want you to feel this atmosphere. So now I'm coming to a specific point from where I want to show you a very unusual angle. By the way, you see over there, there is a green railing of the bridge where the car just turned. So at this side, the bridge is finished. So look what I want to show you. I want to show you this yellow building, still General Staff Headquarters, but from this angle, it looks so unusual. See, it's like the Flatiron building of St. Petersburg, you know, like in New York. And from this angle, it reminds, I would say, a piece of cheese, a piece of cake. And still from here, from this point, we see the Alexander column. And I'm sorry, I'm just on the road to show you. On the right hand side, we still can see the Winter Palace, and the view itself is very unusual and amazing. And it's not touristic one, you know. I don't want to show you like very touristic St. Petersburg. No, I want to show you specific St. Petersburg, my favorite St. Petersburg. And now we'll come to this gate. We'll pass through the range of the well yards of St. Petersburg. So I'm just entering the first courtyard or well yard, and in front of me, in front of you, and in front of me, we see the yellow building with the red flags. So this is the building of the court choir chapel. The thing is, you know, during the imperial times, the czars and tsarinas, emperors and empresses, they didn't have internet, they didn't have like YouTube, TV, but they should be properly entertained. And since 15th century, in Russia appeared the singing institution. The singers entertained emperors and empresses while they had their meals. So the building is so beautiful. Actually, honestly saying, it reminds me Vienna architecture. And you can message me in chat what it reminds you. So now we are passing through another yard. You know, I'll just explain you about this system. What is the well yard, in order you have the idea. So the thing is, when you're in St. Petersburg and you're walking on the main street, you will never ever see the entrances to the building. I mean, where the local people live. You will never see parking, you will never see playground for the kids, because the real life of the citizens is hidden, and it's hidden in these well yards. These well yards are interconnected with one another, and for the locals, it's you know, great thing how you can get from one street into another without coming to the busiest streets and avenues. And for our tour, it's also amazing because without any noise, I can show you our city. I can show you around. So I hope you got what I mean. You got my idea. If no, you can write your questions in chat, and at the end of the tour, I'll reply them. So I'll just show you one thing. You see, we are in just, so sorry. My camera doesn't work. So, okay, I'm done. So you see, we are just 1 minute from the Palace Square, but we see the building like this. You know, looks strange for the city center of St. Petersburg, and I would say it's the exact heart of the city, but this is the real life, this is the reality, this is the way how people live. And you know, while we're here, while we are passing through this well yards, we will talk about the communal apartments, because still 80% of the estate in the city center is the communal apartment or communal living. Uh, you know, all Russians know what is communal apartment and communal living, but I will give you an idea what it is. So we came to another well yard. So you see the system of the well yards, and they are interconnected with one another. So it looks like this. And we are going that way. So if we talk about the communal apartment or communal living, so in the Russian Empire, if we talk about the empire before the revolution in 1917, the aristocracy lived, the nobility lived, and they used to have a huge mansions and let's say 12, 15 bedrooms. And the size of one bedroom is about like 40 square meter. But after the revolution, the Soviet government came and they nationalized their property. They nationalized mansions, palaces, apartments, etc. And in their own houses, they gave them only one bedrooms, and other rooms they gave to peasants, soldiers, sailors, and so on and so forth. And just imagine the situation, how these people how these people, I mean, aristocracy shared their own apartments with poors, with peasants, soldiers, sailors. For let's say 10 families, they had only one kitchen and one bathroom. Just imagine the line in the morning to get to the bathroom, or to boil the kettle, for example. And you know, more than that, this communal apartments, communal living still survived in St. Petersburg. And 80% of the estate in the city center is the communal living. I'll just show you the windows of one of the house, and you understand what I mean. So look at this house. Look at this building. Probably from here, I'm just trying to come closer. You can see that some windows are new, so they've been changed. And some windows are very, very old, and they're not even painted. You see, like on the second floor, all these windows on the second floor. And by the way, probably you will see a very unusual thing. So it's over here like a box, you see, like a box, and some people think it's a balcony. You know, not at all. For the balcony, it's too small, like too small. Believe me or not, it's fridge, refrigerator of the Soviet time. During the Soviet time, the things were expensive, but you know, despite they were expensive, people couldn't find them. It was almost impossible to buy a refrigerator. So, and they started to make refrigerators like this. So also, I want to show you this very, I would say, weird wall. You see, we're still in the same yard, and a very like strange wall. So what's interesting about this wall? Look at the windows. Some windows are big, some windows are small, and they are all located, you know, in a very hectic order, in a very hectic manner. The thing is, so now I'll just turn the camera. I'll show, and So we are going to a different street for our gastronomic spot, and I'll explain you about these windows. So the thing is, when during the Soviet times, the Soviets nationalized the apartment, I told you that the room itself was big, about 40 square meters, and they started to make like 5 rooms of one, 5 rooms out of one. And it turned out that some people didn't have windows in their houses. Imagine no windows in their apartment. And nowadays, after 1991, so it's sunny again, I'm so sorry. In 1991, when people were able to privatize, there was privatization, they were able to privatize some property, they just cut their windows. And you know, we have a joke here, to cut the window to Europe. So, and these windows look like this. So while I was telling you about the windows and the communal apartment, we came to a very luxurious street. You see the Prada stores are here, and many other brands. So this street is called the Big Stable Street. The street got its name after the imperial stables. The imperial stables used to be located over there at the end of the street. The thing is, nowadays our president has a huge garage. At that time, the emperors had a huge stables for the horses. So, but today, nothing reminds us about the history of the street. Nothing reminds us about the horses. I would say today, the street is one of the most luxurious street of St. Petersburg. It's one of the most expensive street of St. Petersburg. You see, in the middle of the street, there is very nice boulevard. You know, I'm showing you this boulevard. We are very proud of our trees and parks because we have only a few of them. So for St. Petersburg, it's very, very rare. So few parks, like few grounds, because for 200 years it had been the capital of the Russian Empire, and people were just making money. They built houses, they built mansions, and no one cared about the parks. So now on the street, as far as I mentioned, we are coming to a gastronomic spot in St. Petersburg. So, and we will taste Russian or St. Petersburg pishkas. I'm sure you've never heard about pishkas, but they could be compared with donuts. So it's kind of the Russian donuts, but they do not have any filling. And this place where we are going, it's very famous in St. Petersburg. It's included in all must-visit places in our city. Huge lines there. Just want to show you beautiful windows of the stores. And once again, the view of this street. So we are almost there. And the place itself is a very historical one because it was founded in 1958, during the Soviet time, in 1958. And you know, people say that the taste is the same because this place uses the same recipe, and for many people it's kind of nostalgia, you know, nostalgia to come to this place and to have pishka. For you, I think it will be like a museum of the Soviet time because they didn't have any restoration, they didn't make any repair, they just painted the walls, that's it. And even the ladies that work here, that work there, they look a little bit, you know, Soviet. So you will see it. So Here is the sign. It's not big, but anyway, the place is popular. I will show you the window. You see this place since 1958, and we are coming inside. So the lady is meeting us at the entrance. Здравствуйте. So we will go to the right. I'll just show you a little bit of the atmosphere. So you see, looks a little bit Soviet, but anyway, it's very popular. You see, there are so many locals here, and today it's still a working day. So especially for you, I'll just take one pishka. Good pishka. Yeah, so nice. So especially to show you, I'll just take one pishka and one coffee. So a little bit. Я за вами, хорошо, если что? So the pishkas look like this, and this is the can for coffee. Все, не будем. Okay. So they do not let me film pishkas, and the lady, she doesn't want to that I film her. So I'll just show myself. If you don't mind, I'll talk with you while I'm in the line to get my one pishka and a Soviet style coffee. So I want you to check. And you know, when we talk about this coffee, don't think about Americano, espresso, cappuccino, or latte. Forget about it. People in the USSR, they had, you know, instant coffee, and it was like a delicate meal to have instant coffee with a condensed milk. So here they serve instant coffee with condensed milk. It's not my favorite meal, honestly saying, but I'm sure I have to show you. And you know, it's very interesting. This cafe or this restaurant is the restaurant of one dish only. One dish. They sell only pishkas. That's it. Pishkas and coffee. But you see, there is a line behind me. It's full. And when there is the weekend, it's so difficult to get here. So difficult. And I'll just tell you one trick, how to recognize who is the tourist in this pishka place and who is the local. So locals usually take 10 pishkas, 15 pishkas for one. I'll just show you how the ladies take. And tourists take one pishka to share for all. So it's my turn. I'll just put the camera. You see, pishkas. Будьте добры, я вас не снимаю. So I'll just put my camera and I'll take пышка. Одна пышка и кофе. So, and one interesting thing, they take only cash, no cards here. It's very rare in St. Petersburg. Пожалуйста. Спасибо. So, спасибо is thank you in Russian. I'm so sorry, now I have to get my change. I have to take everything. So, one moment. Да, все, мне нужно просто, извините, пожалуйста. So sorry. They're just... this lady is very angry that I'm filming here, but the guys say, so this is the advertising for your place. You see, while I was in the line, there is no vacant place in this pishka. So I'll just show you what's going on around. One moment. You see, it's all busy. It's all occupied, all tables here. All tables, so many pishkas, so many. And I will have just one, especially for you. And you know, one interesting thing about this pishka place, I told you, everything is like used to be in the USSR. They don't have any tissues. no tissues. You see, they just have a piece of paper, a piece of paper that they just store. So guys, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna switch off my mic. So I will be just in my earphones. I'll taste pishka and I will tell you about the taste. So we will do like this, yeah. I'm here. So, and while we have a break, so you can ask me your questions in chat. I have time to reply them. Bon appetit, chin chin.
Great, Anna. Thank you very much.
Yummy.
It was really great.
It's interesting. And now I would like to add that usually, typically, the line is outside this place. So you
Yes.
have spent about 15, 20 minutes just to get one. And usually I take about 15 for myself only. Yeah, they're delicious and
Yummy.
envy you.
Great. So actually, we have several questions in our chat, and we'll
Yeah.
just our colleague Slava. Yeah, could we?
I can repeat, I think. The
Yeah.
one question is from Elizabeth
Yeah.
about the city developments regarding communal flats.
What are
Oh,
the
it's
what are the plans?
yeah, I got it. It's a very good question. Thank you so much for it. So, you know, I'm so sorry. It's so hot here. Just remove my jacket. So about the city development, what is the thing? Of course, they want to reduce the number of the communal apartments in St. Petersburg. By the way, how do you hear me? Because it's so much noise here.
It's fine. It's
Yeah,
good.
for
fine?
us, great. Yeah.
It's fine. Okay. So they want to reduce the number of the communal apartments in St. Petersburg. But what is the problem? One apartment has 5 different owners, and you should have the permission of all 5 owners to sell the apartment. You know, it's very, very complicated. Why it is complicated? You know, some people who see what is inside this communal apartment, they are shocked. Like, how can you live there? It's, you know, it's weird. How can you live there? But in these apartments, a lot of senior ladies live, a lot of Russian, what we call babushkas. And for them, just imagine it is a place of their youth. It is the place where they spent their childhood. Okay, I have the holder for my camera, so I'm very well prepared for the tour. So one moment. I'll just put the camera and we'll be able to drink coffee. Oh no, oh yes. So, and I think I just replied your question. So many babushkas, many senior ladies, they don't wanna sell their apartment. They don't give the permission for selling. And many young people, they also prefer, you know, living in this communal apartment. It's very strange, like why? For this money, you can rent 1-bedroom apartment somewhere in the outskirts. But, you know, for these people, it's just the atmosphere of the city, the historical city center. Because just imagine you live in the apartment, 1 minute walk from the Hermitage Museum, from the Palace Square. And when you live in the modern areas, it's like everywhere. It's like in Moscow, Kazan, and other Russian cities. So I think I just replied your question. So what is other questions?
Yeah, great. Thank you. And also we have one question about Pishka's Cafe. Or Donut's Cafe.
Pishkas.
Yeah. So does Pishka's Cafe do home delivery to overseas, to other countries?
Unfortunately, they do not make delivery even in St. Petersburg. No, even in St. Petersburg. And while I'm just having this Pishka talking with you, look at the line. You see?
Yeah.
and just got longer. So we were
Oh,
very
got it.
lucky to get here. And just, I got, oh, sorry. I got so much attention here. I'm just talking with my phone. There are so many senior people here, and they're all looking at me, and they think I'm just weird talking with my phone. So anyway, what to do?
Murat, we can start the business.
Modern technologies.
Yeah, great, thank you. And also we have a question from Ivan. He's asking, what about the price development of housing in recent years?
What do you mean development? You mean buying the apartment in St. Petersburg? How much is to buy the apartment in St. Petersburg?
I guess
I think so. Yes,
yeah.
he's asking
that's
about
right.
the pricing.
Yes. I would say it depends. It depends. If we talk about, let's say, the beginning price. For example, one-bedroom apartment somewhere in the outskirts of St. Petersburg, not in the historical city center, will cost you about 3 million Russian rubles. That will be about $50,000. Guys, do you have a calculator? Can you calculate 3 million
Something
rubles?
45,
50,
something like
50,
that.
$50,000 is what I think. So you will be very surprised. I will just, making the research of the estate market. I was just wondering, and I turned out that the same price is to buy communal, not apartment, communal room. So the same price to buy your own apartment in the outskirts and to buy one room in the city center where you will share a kitchen, bathroom with other families in a very old house of 18th, 19th century. Strange. I think I just replied this question, yeah?
Yep, I guess so. If not, please write us.
Yeah, just let us know. Let us know.
Also, one more question from Susan. How about how about transportation in city center? In many big cities, there are problems with too many cars. How is the situation in St. Petersburg?
Amazing, guys, it's amazing because I traveled a lot around the world. I've been to states, and in states, for example, it's a huge problem. There is no public transport, and St. Petersburg is just wonderful. We have a very nice metro system, and a lot of metro stations that are located in the city center. And this is the first thing. We have buses, trolley buses, trams, commercial buses, and so on and so forth. And it's much faster and easier to come to work in the city center by public transport. I see the question in chat, how are the buildings heated? There is a central heating system, but I'll just share with you my own story. I love history so much. So I'm a tour guide and I work in so many museums. So I adore history. I adore the imperial part in Russian history. And some years ago, I just rented an apartment in the historical city center that is 15-minute walk from the Hermitage Museum. And in my apartment, there was the fireplace that survived, that was saved from the 19th century. And you can even use this fireplace. It was amazing.
Yeah,
so,
great. And what do they use as a fuel? In a heating center.
Yeah, I got it. As far as I know, we have the power stations. Guys, you just help me with
natural gas,
power.
Natural gas and so and
methane.
Murat, okay? Yeah. Please just let us know if not. One more question from Lisbeth. What is the COVID-19 situation in St. Petersburg? Only few people are wearing masks in cafe.
Yeah, it's true. I don't see anyone who is wearing mask. What can I say? I can say that in mass media, and I'm just telling you as the person who lives in the city, uh, mass media, they just manipulate with the figures, with the numbers. Because in St. Petersburg, you see, I'm in a public place, no one is wearing masks. All restaurants, cafes, and public places are open. We still have concerts, we can go to the theater, we can go to the malls, we can go everywhere. And it feels like we live a normal life. So honestly saying, now I don't feel like any restrictions. Could you please tell your guests about e-visa? I just saw a question in the chat about e-visa. You know, guys, unfortunately, I can't tell you the details about the e-visa. Recently, I've just seen the message that the Russian government is planning to give e-visas, but nobody knows when it's going to happen, and nobody knows. You know, the situation is so unpredictable. I mean, it's changing every single day, every single day. And I'll just, again, I will just share with you my own experience, my own situation. Like this Sunday, on Sunday, I was going to fly to the States because I have friends there, and I'm invited for the wedding. And my flight was through Amsterdam. So I have a connected flight in Amsterdam. And I was going to fly with KLM Airlines. Air company didn't give me any call, but on my own, through my friends, I got to know that just recently there is a new rule and you can't come to the States if you're flying from Europe. So, and I got this news only 2 days back. So what I'm searching for the new tickets because I have to, I must be at this wedding, I would say. So some other questions.
Yeah, we have. So St. Petersburg is equal to Venice, and we got a question that's so nice. Do you use the channels for daily transportation, or is it for tourists mostly? In Copenhagen, we have water taxi for public transportation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for the question. So I would say both. You know, several years ago, we had a tram, like a public transportation, but it was not that comfortable. You know, it was mostly for the tourists, but it was announced like for locals. During the night time, they use the main river of St. Petersburg. It's called the Neva River for delivering all goods to plants and factories of St. Petersburg. The thing is, in St. Petersburg, I told you we have more than 300 bridges, and we have 21 drawbridges. So, you know, it means they open at nighttime. This opening of the bridges is one of the most popular tourist attraction. It's the first thing. But after the tourist cruise finishes, they are delivering cargo to plants and factories. So they use the rivers for transportation, but not small canals and small rivers, because I mean, they are too small for the big ships. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
This is an excellent idea to use for transportation. Yeah, I think so. You know, in St. Petersburg, in the city center, the big the trucks there are not allowed at all. And the only thing, the only way how you can deliver cargo is by water at nighttime, of course, yeah, when they can open the bridges. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. And also one question from Murat. How is industrialized the region? Are there many industries in or around the city?
Uh-huh. So, you know, what I'm thinking, I will just leave this Pishka place and I will go to another site. And on the way, because I have to walk a little bit, I will just reply all the questions. So 1 minute, I'll just put my jacket on, or I'll take my jacket with me. So guys, if I'll talk, if I'll use only my earphones, will it be okay for you? Or should I use the mic? How do you think?
You can test and we see what happens.
Yeah, because you know, with the mic, so will be the new system.
So, and also actually we have a comment that St. Petersburg looks like a little bit as a Copenhagen. Probably you have some.
Want to check?
Yes, fine. And
Anna, do you hear us?
some comment about the e-visa for foreigners. Right now, I'm not sure about the COVID restrictions, but usually you can come to St. Petersburg for 7 days with the e-visa, so you don't have to go to embassies and do the difficult things, and you can easily just come for 7 days with no visa. I mean, e-visa, it's electronic law.
So we'll say thank you so much for this Plishka place. And we'll say bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you to all these ladies. So sorry. So we are leaving this Plishka place. So people think I'm weird here, but what to do? And there is a lady on the street. She's advertising the place. So she's calling everyone to come here. So the day is so beautiful. So yeah, I'm ready to answer your questions again.
The question was about how industrialized the region is.
Industry of St. Petersburg. Yeah. So one of the main industries here, and it is historical shipbuilding in St. Petersburg. Because historically the city was constructed as a port that was close to Europe. Yeah, we have a shipbuilding. We have some factories producing cars. What else? We have Coca-Cola company here, and like chewing gums companies. We have companies that produces Russian vodka. So honestly saying, yes, this area is very well industrialized. So I have to cross the road.
Yep. So,
I just want to show you one historical thing while I'm passing it. You see, what's going on? Yeah. So remember, I told you that this street is called the Big Stable Street, and what reminds us about the history and about the name is the historical fountain. So with the help of these rings, you see the historical rings, they just tied the hoses, and there was the fountain. Today they just put this Pegasus here. And okay, so guys, what we're gonna do, you will think about the wish. So I know everyone has the wishes, like everyone. So I will touch the horse and you think about the wish. And I promise you, all wishes that you'll make today will come true. I have a magic power for you. So 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! So yeah, we are ready. We are ready to go. Crossing the street. By the way, St. Petersburg is supposed to be the city of all religions. And I'm passing by the Finnish Church of St. Mary, Evangelic Church of St. Mary. And I'm on the way to the place where in St. Petersburg there was a German community and Swedish community, because historically we had so many foreigners living here. So yeah, while I'm on the way, you can ask me the questions, so I'll keep answering them.
Actually, we have a comment that St. Petersburg looks like Copenhagen. Probably we have some thoughts or ideas why it's so, or do you agree with that? And so we'll be.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been to Copenhagen, but I know that many of my tourists, many of my guests, they compare the city with, other European cities. It looks very, very European. And of course, I have the reply to this question. We think is St. Petersburg was properly planned. And the Emperor Peter the Great, who founded the city, he was inspired with Europe. So he traveled abroad. He was the Russian Tsar who traveled abroad. And he was inspired with the beauty. He invited to St. Petersburg foreign architects, not Russians, but foreigners that the first time constructed the city. So that's why it looks European. And we have many Russian tourists. So we are going through the such. We have so many Russian tourists and many Russian people. They just come here, like, especially now, those who want to feel European vibes. Those who miss Europe, they come to St. Petersburg because it looks so European. Yeah, I think I just answered the question. If no, just let me know.
Yep, I think yes, probably. If not,
oh guys, by the way,
right.
remember I told you about the whale yards of St. Petersburg. So now we came to one of the whale yards, and you see this is the playing ground for the kids. Looks rather small. Yeah, I agree with you, too small for the kids, but anyway, what to do? It's the historical city center, and this is the real life, like garbage bins, because you will never see them on the main street. And this is one of the most prestigious school of St. Petersburg. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are the containers? Is it like for one container for glass for?
Oh, unfortunately, unfortunately, still this, recycling didn't come to St. Petersburg. Honestly saying, I go green, and at home, I sort all kinds of garbage. And my husband is shocked because so I have to pay money for the guys to come to my house and to get my garbage, to get plastics, to get bottles, to get like plastic bags, to get carton boxes, and so on and so forth. So I pay money for this. So my friends are shocked, but I think about the planet, and I think it will be all rewarded. So turn the camera. I want to show you amazing street, guys. And probably while we're here, you'll really feel you're somewhere in Europe. And a small, stable street looks very European. It's a pedestrian street. It's a pedestrian street of St. Petersburg. And by the way, at the end of the street, probably from here, you can see the flags. There is a Swedish embassy, because historically, this area used to belong to a Swedish community that lived in St. Petersburg. Yeah, so we continue to walk. I saw the comments. I saw the comment that you need symbiosis. Symbiosis, I think you meant like symbiosis of Russian and of European. Right? Yeah. Am I right?
Yeah. So we are working on it. We are working on it.
We are working on it. Yeah, but
to build industrial symbiosis. So.
And by the way, I will just show you the part of this symbiosis, because we will end our tour, because the tour for you is very properly planned. So it took time, to prepare it very well and to make it logically. And we will finish the tour at the church that looks like a jewelry box, and I call it a jewelry box of St. Petersburg, and it is constructed in the Russian style. It's like, I would say, even too Russian. So when I'll show you the church, then I'll show you this church, we will discuss it. So now we are coming actually to the direction of Nevsky Avenue. Nevsky Avenue is the main street of St. Petersburg, but I was trying to escape this street during today's tour because it's too noisy, it's so many people, and I hope you enjoy the route that we chose for you. So in front of you now, you can see the dome of the cathedral. This is the Kazan Cathedral. Some people say that it reminds St. Peter Cathedral in Rome. And actually it's true because the architect, he was inspired with St. Peter in Rome. There is a huge colonnade. So why the cathedral was called Kazan? Inside this cathedral, there is a miraculous icon of Our Lady of Kazan. So the icon that creates the miracle. There was a huge line in front of this icon. Russian people come, put their candles, and pray. And so many miracles happened. The ladies were able to conceive babies. People got cured from so many diseases. You see trolley bus. You asked me the question about the transport. So now we are on the main street, Nevsky Avenue. One more trolley bus. So, and we will pass by one of the metro stations. So I will just show you everything. So now we will pass by a very beautiful building, one of my favorites, constructed in a modern style. The building that was constructed at the beginning of the 20th century for the Singer sewing machine. You see how beautiful it is. But nowadays, it's one of the biggest bookstores in St. Petersburg that is called House of Books. You see, it's written here, Cafe Singer. So in this building, there was a school, the Singer Sewing Company. So we have to cross the road. There is a line for me. So I will a little bit hurry up. I will give you to feel the vibes of the city. When it's sunny in St. Petersburg, there are so many people around. And by the way, many Russian tourists came. Oh, now guys, are you ready? Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Just look over there at this canal. You see at the end of the canal, there is an amazing church with the colorful domes. And we are going directly to the church. This is last but not the least site of our tour, the church on the spilled blood. So sorry, there is a rush around. So we are going in the direction of the church on the spilled blood. You will be able to see it. You see it closer. And while
lots of cars.
Zebra. Спасибо. Нет, спасибо. You're in Zoom. So while we are going to the church in the spilled blood, I will just tell you the history, because the church looks so beautiful. I mean, you will see it. But the history behind it is just tragic, you know. So the construction of the church is connected with the Russian Tsar under the name Alexander II. He was a very good Tsar, honestly saying. During his reign, there was a serfdom abolished, because till the mid of the 19th century in Russia, we used to have slaves. Yeah, we used to have slaves. So he abolished the serfdom, but during his life, he had 6 attempts on it, 6 attempts on his life, and 7th one was the final. When his carriage was driving along this canal, the terrorists came and threw the bomb exactly under the carriage. So fortunately, the Tsar wasn't even injured. He went outside the carriage, he started to look around, what is going on? But then the other terrorists came and he threw the bomb directly under the Tsar's feet. The Tsar was mortally wounded. He was immediately delivered to the Winter Palace that I just showed you at the beginning of the tour. And he died in a very terrible tortures in few hours. But on the very next day, his son, Emperor Alexander III, he decided to construct the church exactly on the place exactly on the place of his birth. On the place of his, I'm sorry, assassination. And that's how the church on the spilled blood appeared. So I will just try. I know that our time is running, so I'm just trying to walk a little bit faster because I want to show you the beautiful details of this church. Even from here, you can see the highest dome of the church. The height of this dome is 81 meter. You know, I don't like the numbers, the figures, but this number is very important. This figure is very important because 81 was the year the Tsar was assassinated in 1881. And you can see on the left hand side, you can see the golden dome. The height of this dome is 64 meters. It means the Tsar was 64 years old when he was assassinated. So I just want to show you a little bit of the vibes. Young people on the streets. So yeah, and the church in the spilled blood was constructed for the donations of the Russian people. Of the common citizens, they started to donate money for the construction of the church. Part of the donations were from the side of the emperor, from the imperial family, from the Romanovs, and part is the common citizens. I'll just show a little bit of souvenirs. You see, this is the Russian Fabergé axe. Fabergé was the famous Russian jeweler. So the church in the spilled blood is like a touristic place. That's why we have the market very close to it. For us, it's a chance, you know, to see what's popular here. And this is Russian nestling dolls. They're called matryoshkas. You know, matryoshkas, they're the symbol of motherhood. Inside one matryoshka, and can be so many others. Up to actually 30 pieces inside. And the one on the top, it's hand painted with Russian fairy tales. Yeah. So guys, while I'm just walking a little bit closer to the church in the spilled blood, probably you have some questions.
Yeah, so actually we have two questions. And
yeah.
How is air quality in St. Petersburg? The sky seems so clear.
The sky seems so clear, but honestly saying, I can't say that the air is so fresh because we don't have so many greenery here. If we talk about the air pollution, it's okay. I mean, the air is clear. But if, you know, this is my own expression, the taste of air, because sometimes you can come to the place, you just make inhale and you say, it's so tasty. The air is so tasty. But it's not about the air of St. Petersburg. So you see, I just came closer to the church.
And
how?
One short question about matryoshka. There are lots of work to do by hand, isn't it?
You know, some matryoshkas, they are made in the factories and some matryoshkas are handmade. You're right. And actually it's a lot of work. And sometimes the price for these matryoshkas will go up to like $1,000, because I told you sometimes inside one matryoshka, it can be up to 30 different pieces. So we talk about symbiosis in the middle of our tour. And this, what I can call symbiosis, this church that was constructed in a Russian national style. Probably if you visited Moscow or you've seen some pictures of Moscow, of the Kremlin, this church looks very similar with the one that is located on the Red Square. And these domes on the top is the enamel work. Yeah, so let me know how much time we have because I have so many stories for you.
Yeah, actually, I guess we have about 5 minutes. And actually, we also have one more question.
Okay.
Who are the main employers in the city? What do you think?
Employers.
Yeah, I guess like what's a sphere? Who are they?
It's an interesting question. What is the main? What is the main? I would say that the tourism is growing, and it was growing up to 2020, and many people were involved in the tourism industry. But last year, of course, there was a crisis. There was no foreign tourists, but we had so many Russians. I'm in the tourism business for many years, but I've never seen so many Russians in St. Petersburg, and we think that this year it will only grow. Yeah, tourism.
Hmm.
I would reply, yeah.
Great. Um, I think that there is a place nearby where one of the Tsars were killed or were tried to be
Exactly,
killed.
exactly. That's what I was just telling you. The church in the
Mhm.
spilled blood, yeah, the name is very tragic, was constructed exactly on the place of the assassination of the Russian Tsar. You see, I'm just standing at the canal, but the church is like protruded inside the canal for 9 meters because the place of the assassination of the emperor is inside the church. And once you go inside, you can see the same cobblestones on which the Tsar was dying. Yeah, that's how historical this place is. And by the way, just you see this triangle dome, I would say. And behind this triangle dome, there is a vault with numerous plugs. Can you see that, right? Like a golden plugs over
Yep.
there. So these are the coat of arms of Russian cities that donated money for the construction of the church. So I told you the church was constructed for the donations, and the coat of arms are here to commemorate the cities that did this. Yeah. Mm. Amazing building with thousand details and so much history, Susan. So much history. If I had more time, I would tell you with pleasure, like more and more stories. So, but I think so. We'll pray for opening the borders, and one day you will come to St. Petersburg, and you will see all this beauty with your own eyes, and will be even more fantastic. So imagine this is only Zoom, but when you'll see it in the reality, you'll be fascinated.
Yep. Actually, I agree with you totally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was really nice, and actually we have lots of comments. Thank you so much. It was really fascinating, amazing, and I think that it was emotional also because we have been in Pushkas Cafe, and
Yeah.
actually, yeah. I hope that these restrictions will have some end, and we could meet our colleagues, our partners here in St. Petersburg, and probably to show more sites, more things
Devs.
in our beautiful city. And actually, I think if you don't mind, we could share your contacts with colleagues if they somehow could be interested in visiting St. Petersburg and meeting with you and like asking for some city guide tour. And if you
Thank
don't
you so
mind,
much.
yeah, we'll share it. And
Yeah, thank you.
I think yeah, if we don't have any questions, I think we could let Anna go and just thank you here one more time. We really
Thank you
appreciate it.
guys so much. It was my pleasure to show you around, to be your guide today. Yeah, I'm so proud of it. So thank you for choosing me. So I'm so happy, to share with you this beauty. I wish you to have a beautiful day ahead, and I wish you all your dreams came true. So, I have the magic power. It is already checked because the wishes of all my tourists, all my guests are coming true. So, and this is my wish to you. So be happy and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye bye.
Anna,
Bye.
thank you. Goodbye.
Hope to see you in St.
Goodbye.
Petersburg. Bye bye.
Goodbye. So, colleagues, this was a part of City Guide tour, and so we will have 10 minutes coffee break. So please have some time. And after that, we will meet guests in the LivingLab in St. Petersburg. And also we'll have 2 company tours. First is a 1900 cycle, and the second one is Umная Sreda. We will talk about using plastics in production of new things. So stay online, enjoy your coffee. See you soon.
Mhm.
Dear colleagues, nice to see you again. So hope your coffee was great. So Evdokia, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Sasha, as well.
Yeah. How was
And
your event?
nice to see you. Yes, hi, Susanna. I see you. I see you all.
How was your event?
Thank you. Event was really interesting. We had actually a lot of participants, and I was surprised how many people think about industrial symbiosis nowadays. Maybe they do not call it that way, or they didn't call it before we started to do that. But there are lots of initiatives, and tomorrow Nikolai will explain us more about what actually we plan to do next.
Great. Yeah, we will have tomorrow some time to see the results of roadshow in St. Petersburg, and also we could discuss initiative in Agency of Strategic Initiatives. It's a Russian organization that is trying to promote some different ideas, and industrial symbiosis was one of 100 ideas that is going to be promoted by agency.
So today we're gonna go on several excursions on tours to companies, but before just one technical moment, so to say. As before, we're gonna mute sounds, so you will hear us well. We're gonna show you several videos that we made before. So our tours will be online, prepared before tours. And I would like to show you our team that helps us today. We're gonna have a translator. So we're gonna have Nastya working with us. Because our guests, they speak, they understand English as well, but they prefer to speak Russian. Could you please enter me? Yes. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Do you see my screen? Yes. So here gonna sit our guests, and this is Nastya. She's behind the screen, and she will translate for us. So please mind that we have translation, and we have Slava and just a second. Yes, we have Slava. Why is it so shaking? It's not me, or it's me shaking. Okay, so we have Slava and Dima. They help us with broadcasting, and if we have any issues, they're gonna show us. And we have you here, so we see your questions and we see your faces. Yes, so these were our technical moments. Whoop. Yep. So we are ready to invite our guests?
Yep, for sure. And today we have two guests. And the first one.
Da.
Yeah. Yep, please, colleagues. So first one is Sergey Ibragimov. He is presenting 99 Recycle. Yeah, Sergey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And Natalia, so she's presenting Умная среда. Natalia, nice to meet you. I think.
Yes, I think we've mentioned all that we wanted. And
if you don't have any questions.
Slava is ready. Okay, so we can start our first tour to 99 Recycle.
Hello, my name is Sasha, and I'm a co-founder of the project 99 Recycle. We recycle plastic, and I'm going to tell you more about our project. We are called 99 Recycle because 99% of our items are made of recycled materials. Our project has existed for about 2.5 years. Initially, there were 3 co-founders, and we were thinking about how plastic is recycled globally, whether it's recycled at all and whether anybody needs it. We were trying to understand how interesting it was. We had some technical background because we finished physico-mathematical schools. So we felt excited about assembling machines for plastic recycle. When constructing the machines, we relied on the experience of the Precious Plastic Project. It's a project in the Netherlands founded by Dave Hackens. He created a way of restructuring enormous plastic molding plants into machines that would fit in your garage. We assembled similar devices and started to collect some analogs of industrial machines in our co-founder's garage. We started with shredder, injector, and extruder. These are standard devices that can be used for plastic recycling in a garage. It took us half a year to build the machines, and afterwards we had a full basic kit of equipment that we could use for recycling plastic that we had at home. Actually, the project's idea was to learn how to recycle our own plastic, then our friends' plastic, and then more and more, all plastic in the city. We started to produce various items. First, we learned to make interior tiles to mold badges. Then we started sewing bags, fanny packs, and backpacks. Thus, the brand 99 Recycle appeared, which specializes on furniture, interior design, bags, accessories, skateboards, and a lot of other things. A lot of our friends worked on the machines that we had constructed. It was some kind of a voluntary activity. A lot of students, our friends, would come to us after work and help create the necessary items or the items that they considered important. It was something like an amateur workshop. After a while, we received a grant from FASIE, Foundation for Assistance to Small Innovative Enterprises, for the development of a large format 3D printer printing furniture from recycled plastic. During the workshopping process, more and more people joined us. They were from various spheres, designers, engineer students, etc. We have 3 directions of production. The first is called basic production. It's the production of furniture, skateboards, badges, figurines, and so on of recycled plastic bottle caps. We buy bottle caps from the project Bottle Caps of Kindness. They gather caps from kindergartens and schools around the whole city, sort them according to colors and type of plastic, clean them, and then give identically colored caps to our production. On having received the caps, the first thing we do is grind them on the shredder to get plastic crumb. We have several machines for plastic crumb recycle. One of them is a big thermal press. We constructed it ourselves. It helps us produce huge plastic sheets from 1.5 to 2.5 meters, from 2 millimeters to 4 centimeters thick. Various objects can be cut from such sheets. For instance, tabletops, figurines, chair pads, etc. Also, such panels may be used in their initial state for interior design. Some of these sheets are hung in our live laboratory. The next machine that recycles crumb is an extruder. It melts crumb into a plastic rod that can either be wound on some forms and made into plafonds and pots, or filled in the mold in order to make any sort of badges. We also produce skateboards by baking them in the oven and pressing on our own press. All our products may be marked, branded, and fulfilled in the customer's brand colors. The second part of our production is a large format 3D printer that we use for creating large-scale objects. It may produce objects of small architectural forms like chairs or pots to objects the size of a bus stop. The third direction is sewing production, where we sew bags from recycled plastic bags, as well as from the waste of trampoline and boat production.
Hello, we are 99 Recycle, and now we're in the sewing sector of our company. A year ago, the number of people in the whole team equaled the number of the present workers here. We have 11 people in our fantastic team, and soon 2 more are probably coming. A year ago, when the quarantine started, we went into lockdown and took all the sewing equipment, sector, hardware, warehouse, and material stocks to my house in my room. All the shedding, packaging, and shipping of goods took place there until we returned to the normal work process. A year has passed and we've grown up to a large production. We have a large sector of 260 square meters. For us, this is a huge progress. Our productivity and crew have increased. Now we can recycle even more materials. So, what are we working with? Our major materials are PVC from production of tents, boats, trampolines, and inflatable attractions. The material is very strong and durable, but unfortunately it's non-recyclable. It doesn't decompose either, so it just lies in the junkyards. We take it and sew backpacks of high quality, bags and all possible accessories. We get the unsorted material, which is basically sacks with scraps. As the scraps come from huge objects like inflatable boats, these scraps are large and suitable for further usage by companies. We put the entire cut of our items in them. Here, PVC is sorted with the hands of our volunteers and colleagues. Everything is in this sector. We sort PVC due to density, color, quantity, and arrange it so that it's convenient to be worked with after. Then it's pressed and cut. We aim to optimize all the processes, but of course, we face some challenges and extraordinary situations because we work with scraps. Scraps are not the same as finished rolls that can be easily counted, but we are ready to overcome obstacles and find creative solutions. It's a whole other level of interest in a stable and responsible production maintenance. I mean, we can create a lot of ideas and develop them, not being restricted by our production volume. Our second material is recyclable bags. We get all materials from the St. Petersburg companies that are ready to cooperate with us. We take bags in large volumes from companies that are engaged in the recycling of clothing and charity. We also work with the customers' materials. Often people come to us with their own banners or leftovers from the materials. It can be textile, PVC, some non-standard materials or packages. We always think about how we can work with it, what we can come up with, what kind of production to make, whether it's possible to make what the customer wants. Often these are very interesting queries that remain to us. This is how it goes. The client comes with their own vision and material, we decide how to fulfill the idea, and as a result get an interesting product or a new interesting technology for ourselves and a unique solution for the client. For example, last summer we worked on pillows and we made their internal covers from the truck tires covers, which were provided by our partner Tireman Group. We continue our collaboration and make new projects for them. Currently we have several projects in development with Baltic Industrial Symbiosis. For example, we're working on textile pillows which have different materials, but they'll also be 99% recycled. In addition, we're making interior panels for them, which means using all our opportunities in plastic recycling, sewing sector, and our creative ideas. Apart from collaborations with wonderful companies, we develop our own retail brand, which everything started with. We love it and we want to make it better to represent it to our partners. It's our feature because when people come, they see how we treat our brand. It's not only about accessories, bags, backpacks. It's also about self-awareness and conscious approach to creating items. We work hard on combining quality and design with responsible and stable production. Moreover, through our retail brand, we speak about our ideology, values, aspirations, the direction we're taking. It's important for us to know that people who want to work with us behind bags and backpacks see the whole 99 Recycle brand.
My name is Vasily Frolov. I do cooperative collaboration at 99 Recycle. Due to my post, I communicate a lot with the representatives of large business, and I see it clearly that secondary material products are in high demand. It can be merchandise, interior production, art objects. The idea of recycling is truly relevant nowadays. Many brands, especially international, aim at keeping their CGR high, and responsible production becomes the foundation of their corporate culture. Secondary materials and design are our strong points, and high customization is the reason why we're actively growing, developing, and willing to create new products and projects. Thus, one of the projects is a collaboration with LivingLab. We've already made interior design for them, and now we plan to make cushions for their lectorium, which are going to be mostly from secondary materials. We are current members of Baltic Industrial Symbiosis, among with our partners, such as Tireman Group, Busha Company, whom we had a productive cooperation experience with. We are actively growing and developing. We see the growth areas at our company and in the market, so we are aware of what we can offer. If you have any ideas or interesting projects, we'll be glad to collaborate. We're always open to new perspectives. Apart from production, we're also engaged in education, eco-enlightenment. We use our own machines for outdoor workshops, master classes, and lectures. We arrange such events both for commercial purposes, shopping centers and other paid events, and for free education of children that we invite for voluntary excursions around our production. We want children to understand how important recycling is, how easy it is to create beautiful items from secondary plastic, and that it's possible for them to participate in this process. For example, recently we've had an interesting case. We held a 2-month workshop at Beeline Zone, Sevkabel Port in St. Petersburg. There, our extruder machines were making badges for visitors for 2 months. It was exciting for both children and parents. Our format is special because we not only speak about the importance of ecology, we also show in practice the whole process of plastic recycling, from secondary materials to finished items. Also, the significant feature of our brand is the appeal of our products. We produce items that are wanted not just because of their recycled nature, but also due to their quality, competitiveness with primary raw material products, and unique design. In our production, like in any other, there is waste. All the waste that appears, skateboard scraps, rims from baking, we gather, grind, and use tertiary crumb in our recycling process. Thus, we get a non-waste production. Actually, we work not only with plastic, there's nothing about plastic in our name, but plastic is our major material. We also recycle textile. A lot of our items for important customers are made of secondary textile, and we collaborate with other projects in this sphere. We developed our large format 3D printer with the support from FASIE. The grant money accelerated our development. Thanks to the support, our production functions in all of these three directions. We print with secondary polystyrene. It's not really about yogurt packages, it's rather production waste, industrial secondary polystyrene. While printing, we add dye, which allows you to print any items of any color. Since the feature of our printer is the large format, printing big objects takes from 1 to 3 hours. We would really enjoy making a furniture collection for some art space or filling some city with exterior furniture, like the whole of St. Petersburg. It's important to mention that there are no analogs for such printers in Russia. There are some in the world though, but they differ in terms of characteristics. That's why our printer is an innovation of its kind. 3D printing means creating absolutely any objects. Therefore, object design may vary, which is unusual on the one hand, but on the other, it allows to create an individual and recognizable style. Thank you for your attention. We are 99 Recycle. Follow us on social media and track our development.
So that was a tour to 99 Recycle. We're going to switch to Russian and have small chat with Sergey. Our international questions we will ask after both tours. We will unmute you and we have going to have live discussion. But now we're going to switch to Russian. Сергей, спасибо большое вашей команде за прекрасное видео.
So Sergey would like to thank your team for a wonderful video.
Спасибо вам, что сняли его и помогли, и позвали нас сюда.
And thank you in return for shooting the video and inviting us to the studio.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вы являетесь сооснователем. Какова ваша роль была изначально? Был ли это ваш гараж, в котором начинали? И чем вы занимаетесь сейчас?
Изначально я сооснователь.
And so, as far as I understand, you're a co-founder of a company. So what was your initial role? Was it your garage where everything has started? And what is your current role and position in the company?
Изначально у компании было 3 основателя, я один из основателей, и мы реально начинали в моем маленьком гараже на 20 квадратных метров. Потом мы переехали в большой гараж, и полгода назад я присоединился к команде на full-time работу, сейчас я занимаю должность директора.
And so initially, a company consisted of 3 co-founders, and I'm one of them. And everything started in a little garage of 20 square meters. But after that, we moved to the larger one. And I have joined the team on a full-time basis. And currently, I'm taking the position of a director.
Ваша команда сейчас стремительно растет, а вас снимают YouTube селебрити с миллионными просмотрами обзоры, приезжают к вам с визитом интересные люди, заказывают крупные бренды, у вас различную продукцию, мерч. В чем вы видите успех вашей команды?
And so we know that your team is developing significantly and the growth is skyrocketing. And we know that celebrities are shooting video about you in YouTube with millions of followers, reviewing that. And famous people do visit your company, and famous major brands are among your customers in terms of the products and merchandise. So how do you see the reason of the success of your company?
Мне кажется, успех нашей компании заключается в 3 основных вещах. Первое – это то, что у основателей и у большого количества людей, которые приходят в компанию, есть математический, физический или IT-бэкграунд. Это позволяет хорошо думать и решать классные задачи быстро. Вторая ценность заключается в команде. Нам нравится то, что мы делаем, а третья ценность тоже про команду, которая заключается в том, что мы создаем очень комфортную атмосферу внутри команды и иногда называем всю нашу команду семьей.
And so I think that our success is predefined by three major reasons. The first thing is that all the founders of the company and people who are joining the company have either mathematical or physical or IT background, and it helps in decision making and prompt way of thinking. And the second value is our team, because we love what we do. And the third aspect is also connected with the team, because we have created comfortable environment, internal environment in the company. And quite often we call each other a family.
Сергей, еще раз добрый день. Большое спасибо за ваше участие и сотрудничество с нашей компанией. Очень рады, что вы в нашем проекте. Я был у вас на производстве. Действительно чувствуется атмосфера, которая является одним из трех основных причин вашего успеха.
And once again, I would like to welcome Sergey and thank you for your participation and cooperation with our company. And I have visited your production site, and I would like to say that one can really feel this atmosphere you have been talking about, the family type atmosphere.
Да, ну и у меня будет короткий вопрос. Ваши коллеги говорили, что вы готовы к сотрудничеству, в том числе с предприятиями из Европы, да, из северных стран. Соответственно, какое сотрудничество вам интересно и что вы готовы были бы предложить потенциальным партнерам?
And I have a brief question to you. Your colleagues have mentioned that your company is ready for cooperation also with the European partners and the northern countries. So what kind of cooperation would be of interest to you? And in turn, what could you offer to your potential partners?
Мы очень открыты любым предложениям, любому вин-вин сотрудничеству. То, что хочется выделить, это мы можем производить мерч. Мерч — это отличный способ рассказать о себе, рассказать широкой публике и показать свою экологичность. Мы готовы к симбиозу. Мы, например, у Tyreman Group забираем чехлы для шин и производим из них текстильную продукцию, помогая тем самым не отправиться материалу на свалку. А также мы готовы к партнерству при выходе на зарубежные рынки. Рынок Европы кажется для нас очень перспективным и важным.
So I'd like to say that we are extremely open to any kind of cooperation and any kind of offers, but the thing I would like to stress is maybe the fact that the production of merchandise can be one of the most perspective directions, because merchandise is a good way to express yourself, to tell people what your company is about, and to express your environmental character of activities. We are open for symbiosis, the way we do with Tyreman Group. For instance, we take tire cases from the company and turn them into textile products to avoid waste. And we are open for any kind of partnership, because it's very important for us to enter foreign markets. And I think that the European market is of great interest for us as well.
Спасибо. Я думаю, что мы можем отправиться на вторую экскурсию. We can, I can say it in English as well. Okay, I think that we can start a next excursion and visit Natalia, Natalia's production site. Slava, if we are ready.
Hello, my name is Natalia Vovdenka. I'm the owner of the company Umnaya Sreda, St. Petersburg, or Smart Environment. Umnaya Sreda is a network of eco-factories located all over the country, from Kaliningrad to Vladivostok, for recycling secondary plastic. Sand is the foundation of our production. We make small architectural forms and building materials. There are 2 such productions in our northwest region. The first is mine. It's also a member of Baltic Industrial Symbiosis. And the new partner is the factory in the north of the city. We have encountered a problem that soon solid domestic waste will occupy the major part of the earth. Due to this, our production uses household plastic of the 2nd and 4th categories, again, because it's crucial for the humanity. We use this plastic as plasticizer. One line is capable of recycling within a month from 5 to 7 tons of solid plastic. In addition, our production includes soft plastic, like stretch film, high-density polyethylene, and low-density polyethylene. All plastic bags for shopping are used in our production as plasticizer too. The project Umnaya Sreda was founded by two young people, Alexei Chekharonov and Alexei Varlamov. Since they owned a landfill for the storage of solid household waste, they created and developed this innovative project based on an ancient technology. The problem is that all shopping bags that are thrown away spread around the landfills and harm living creatures. This causes huge fines. However, when you're an owner of a landfill, you start to think differently. You start to realize that something needs to be done. And while having such thought, the guys came up with the idea of using plastic in production and turning materials at hand into durable items of high quality, never seen before. Yes, we are aware that polymer sand has existed for more than 200 years, and it has a long history. But this very history was rewritten by these two owners. They wanted to produce brand new items. In fact, they made a great contribution to creating a new technology and new equipment for using household plastic that would prevent the bad impact of unattended plastic on oceans, ground, and nature in general. The basis of the production is ordinary river sand of standard fraction, and plastic is used as plasticizer. The sand is turned into amazing, long-lasting stone-strength items, which serve for many years, and then go to recycling. If the whole item or its part is damaged, it's totally possible to recreate a similar one using those as a material, which is a significant advantage in comparison with products made of wood, concrete, etc. Therefore, we stick to full recycling with constant usage of secondary plastic so that there is no waste left. The project Umnaya Sreda is fulfilled in the Russian Federation according to the franchise system. It implies giving anybody willing to purchase this production the opportunities for recycling in their regions, including secondary plastic and building materials production. Apart from this project, we participate in another one. It's called Clean Russia. It works like this. After selling items made of secondary plastic, we direct some money to trees planting on the Russian territory. The latest planting happened in Park Pobyeды, St. Petersburg. Apple and cherry trees were planted there. We assure you that if the project keeps developing, both in Russia and abroad, we will continue getting rid of household plastic, and therefore planting new trees and making people happy, including next generations. The project Umnaya Sreda is developed throughout the whole country. In the Northwest region, it was started in June 2020 during the pandemic. Since that very time, we became partners with Baltic Industrial Symbiosis. All we wanted from that collaboration was to find additional opportunities for cleaning the planet. We are currently working on gabbro and crushed stone production. The materials being provided by our partners from Karelia. We are also conducting experiments with coffee waste in terms of proportions and necessary quantity. After calculating the results, we will be able to say how much gabbro, crushed stone, and coffee waste we will need for our mass. Collaboration with Baltic Industrial Symbiosis has helped us find and recycle the following production waste. First of all, plastic that is produced in any factory, gabbro sand that has lied in the junkyards in great numbers so far. Finally, coffee waste that is thrown away and never recycled. As soon as the first and next items are finished, we will be able to judge about their functioning in space. It's hard to tell that now, as these are long objects which are usually used in parks, gardens, house grounds. Our product is unique because it doesn't include extra resources like water. The only thing we use in our production is electricity. The more plastic we recycle, the more durable items we create, the more opportunities we receive to save the animal world that is suffocating and dying from huge amounts of plastic waste. Thank you all for your attention. I'm Natalia Vovdenka, the owner of Umnias Rada, St. Petersburg. I'll be glad to see you on our social media. Let's clean the planet from plastic waste.
Наталья, большое спасибо за экскурсию и ваше участие в нашем проекте.
So Natalia, thank you very much for an excursion and your participation in our project.
Спасибо вам за то, что пригласили в этот проект. Он один из самых интересных для меня сейчас является. И спасибо за то, что нашли помещение. Быстро нас перевезли к себе на площадку. И мы очень рады нашему сотрудничеству с вами.
Yes, thank you very much for inviting us to the project, because for me it's currently one of the most important ones. And thank you as well for finding premises for us and taking us here to the venue. And we are very happy about our cooperation.
Да, мы очень рады, что вы расположены рядом с нами, и у нас есть возможность постоянно взаимодействовать.
And we're very happy that you have become our neighbors literally, and we have an opportunity to interact with each other.
Наталья, могли бы поделиться вашей историей, как вы вообще к этому пришли, почему вы начали заниматься именно этим бизнесом? И поделитесь, пожалуйста, вашей предысторией.
And so, Natalia, could you share a bit of your story or pre-story with us? How has everything begun?
На самом деле предыстория очень простая. Первоначально я в интернете, в просторах интернета нашла компанию, которая запрашивала инвестиции на свой проект, на свой стартап. Я одна, наверное, из самых очень интересных инвесторов, которая взяла кредит и отдала ребятам на этот проект. Затем я наблюдала за ними год, работала с ними. И через год я приобрела себе франшизу в Санкт-Петербурге, ну, потому что ее никто не покупал, она, видимо, была моей.
Well, actually, the background, the initial story is quite simple, because I have found a company in the internet, and the company was asking for investment for its startup. And I'm quite an interesting type of investor, because I took a loan in a bank for that and gave it to the team for them to develop their startup. And I was working with them in the run of a year, and I was following the scope of their work. And in a year, I decided to buy the franchise in St. Petersburg, because actually there have been no other volunteers to do that.
Здорово. Могли бы поделиться тем, как вы закупаете пластик, откуда вы его берете, кто ваши поставщики, есть ли постоянные поставщики, есть ли какие-то проблемы с пластиком?
Yes, great. And could you please share with us how do you procure plastic? What are your suppliers? Do you have any permanent suppliers? And are there any problems with the plastic?
На самом деле сейчас одна только проблема, как избавиться от пластика на территории всего земного шара. Больше другой проблемы нет. Проблема в том, что, например, крупные компании, они производят из вторичного пластика, добавляя первичный, уже готовый продукт, что для нашей системы не очень удобно. Так как мы позиционируемся как использование вторичного пластика, нам необходим именно вторичный пластик второй, четвертой категории. Используем мы его в различных пропорциях, так как добавляем и мягкий, и твердый пластик. Соответственно, мягкий пластик мы покупаем сейчас как отдельно взятую пленку, ее уже непосредственно отвешиваем на производстве и применяем, добавляя в свой аппарат для производства. А твердый пластик мы закупаем по своему какому-то вот такому, как сказать, большие предприятия не дают нам закупать пластик именно в той консистенции и в той пропорции, которую нам необходимо для нашего производства. Поэтому мы нашли человека, который непосредственно нам дробит пластик, собирая его на рынках, собирая его в больших супермаркетах. Ну и, соответственно, это маленький предприниматель в Санкт-Петербурге, он делает нам дробленку. Агломерат мы покупаем у больших компаний.
Well, actually, I would like to say that the only existing problem, which I would call a major problem, is getting rid of plastic all over the globe. That's problem number one for me. And in terms of the procurement of plastic, we have cooperation with major companies, but the main problem there is the fact that for the end product, they usually supplement secondary plastic with primary one. And it's not very comfortable for our production because we actually use only secondary plastic of the second and of the fourth categories in different ratios and in different proportions. We usually work both with solid and soft plastic, and in terms of soft plastic, it is usually used in the form of a film, and we supplement it to our production and we use it in our equipment. And in terms of solid plastic, I would like to say that it's very hard to procure it from big enterprises because they usually do not give us the necessary amount, proportion, or condition of the solid plastic we need. That's why we have found a person, actually an entrepreneur, who is procuring solid plastic for us and who is dealing with crushing of the plastic. And after that, he is delivering the end substance for us.
Наталья, спасибо еще раз за наше партнерство. У меня вопрос такой. У вас дизайн вашей продукции, он очень современный и может вписаться, особенно скамейки, как мне кажется, как и в частный сад, так и в общественное пространство. Кто ваши основные заказчики? Кто в основном первый отзывается сегодня на экологичную уличную мебель?
And Natalia, I would like also to thank you for our partnership, and I have the following question. I think that your design is very interesting and the cutting edge one, and I think that your benches, for instance, can fit both private gardens and public spaces. So what are your main customers? Who are the first to respond to this environmental demand?
На самом деле сейчас очень много проектов с постоянными уже покупателями, такими как озеленители, такими как администрация города. Наконец-то, спасибо, закончилась у нас хотя бы чуть-чуть пандемия, и мы можем рассказать о своем продукте и продвигаться на просторах города уже. Но если смотреть ноябрь-декабрь, это были частные заказы, это были частники, которые покупали себе на даче, в сады, даже не на даче, я бы сказала, в сады, которые используются. Нам только поставьте, и мы будем использовать ее, никуда уже не понесем. Нам достаточно того, что мы поставили для себя.
Учитывая вес, да?
Да, учитывая вес, поставили для себя тот продукт, который говорит о том, что мы за переработку пластика в готовые изделия. И это говорят люди от 60 лет.
So I'd like to say that currently we have a lot of projects which involve our loyal customers, and primarily these involve greening enterprises, and now we also have city administration involved, and we are very grateful for an opportunity to promote now our products in city environment because the pandemic is partially over. But in November, December, we have been dealing with primarily private orders for country houses or for gardens. And people were telling us that it is enough for them just to install the bench and they will be using it for their own purposes, for their own sake, taking into account the weight of the bench itself. And now I can say that people are opting for environmental products and recycled plastic. And these are people also in their 60s.
Спасибо, Наталья. Я думаю, что мы можем тогда начать дискуссию. I think that we can start our discussion. So please raise your hands. But in the meantime, I will just read comments that I see in chat. I see that Lisbeth wrote that she just loves concept. I think it's about 99 Recycle, judging by the time, that she loves the concept and products. Thanks for a great video presentation. And Ivan is agreeing with her. And then also Lisbeth wrote that, okay, that is our first question. From your point of view, how can customized products made from recycled materials compete with international brands with unlimited marketing budgets? I think it's also to Sergey.
Да, и вопрос состоит в том, как вы считаете, возможно ли сейчас вот таким брендам, таким компаниям конкурировать с международными брендами, у которых неограниченный маркетинговый ресурс, в принципе, неограниченный ресурс?
Я не думаю, что нам нужно конкурировать с большими компаниями. Мы часто с ними сотрудничаем. Если говорить именно про продукцию, про это выбор покупателей, и мы можем конкурировать только из-за осознанности покупателей, то есть покупатели должны выбирать нас, а не крупные бренды. И у нас сейчас уже достаточно большое комьюнити, очень много поддержки от наших клиентов и тех, кто за нами следит.
Well, I would like to say that maybe there is no need to compete with major brands, but we quite frequently cooperate with them. And in terms of the products, I think that's the choice of the customers. It's about their consciousness and about their awareness. It's their choice, and quite now we have quite a huge community of people who support us.
Наталья, вам есть что добавить? Какое ваше мнение на этот счет?
Я считаю, что все крупные компании, которые сейчас существуют на рынке, по практике последнего времени сотрудничают с маленькими компаниями, потому что это один из самых глобальных вопросов вообще на всей Земле – борьба с пластиком. Я думаю, что тут конкуренции не должно быть, это просто партнерство.
I would like to say that major companies which exist in the market currently, in practice, do cooperate with small companies nowadays because that's one of the most pressing global issues, combating plastic. And I think there is no field for competition here, only for cooperation.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any questions? So I will read. Susan, thank you. Thank you for a great video presentations. You both represent young startup companies with sustainable mindset. How do older generations businesses respond?
Большое спасибо за интересные видеопрезентации. Это хорошая демонстрация образа мышления и менталитета устойчивого развития. А как на это реагируют представители более старшего поколения, как частные лица, так и представители бизнеса?
Они все по-разному реагируют. Сначала бывает, что не понимают, почему они должны, например, покупать именно этот продукт. Затем у них появляется осознанность, когда начинаешь им рассказывать и показывать, что мы перерабатываем. На сегодняшний день очень большой отклик идет первоначально от школьников, студентов, а далее по логической цепочке захватывает и старшее поколение. Но при всем при том, люди, которые делят пластик у себя дома, они уже нас знают и принципиально заказывают продукцию именно с переработанным пластиком.
Well, I would like to say that the response is quite different. At the beginning, many people didn't understand why they have to buy this particular product. But after a while, consciousness appears, especially when these people are shown what we recycle, what we process. And of course, the huge feedback is demonstrated by school children and students, but after a while, step by step, they start to embrace older generations as well. And I would like to say that people who already separate waste at their households and who separate plastic, they already know us and they opt for products which are produced of recycled plastic.
Thank you, Sergey.
Мы работаем и с конечными покупателями, и с компаниями, которые заказывают у нас мерч. Очень много компаний понимают, что экологичность — это очень важно, и стремятся рассказать об этом своим сотрудникам и клиентам. Что говорить про конечных покупателей, то часть людей понимают необходимость раздельного сбора мусора, необходимость переработки и понимают, почему мы делаем такой продукт. Часть людей, которые не понимают, мы стараемся им рассказать, и чаще всего они потихонечку переходят на сторону переработки.
I'd like to say that we work both with end customers and different companies which order merchandise, and the companies usually do understand and perceive the importance of environmental issues, and they do share it with their employees and clients. And in terms of end customers, part of people does understand the importance of this aspect, and they already opt for separate collection and recycling. And those who do not understand it at the moment, actually we start sharing this information and importance with them, and step by step they usually start joining the advocates of recycling and environmental aspect.
I see one more question in chat, but just to let you know, if you would like to speak, you can just in the reaction bottom push raise hand, and we will unmute you, and we can speak live. But I will read a Murat question. I'm sorry that I had to drop out for some time. Perhaps this is already covered. It's not. But I am curious about the prospects of accessing the secondary materials. Do you need to pay for this, or do you get paid? Are there actors who actually assure availability and purity? I mean the input your operations use.
Я прошу прощения, мне необходимо было отлучиться на некоторое время, поэтому, может быть, этот вопрос уже освещался, но если нет, мне интересно узнать, каков сейчас процесс доступа к вторичным материалам, то есть вы платите за вторичные материалы или, наоборот, вам платят за то, что вы их используете, и, в принципе, какой наиболее сейчас оптимальный процесс доступа для того, чтобы вся процедура была доступной, прозрачной?
Мы платим за вторичные материалы, и это абсолютно нормально, и наша цель как раз состоит в том, чтобы вторичные материалы стоили дороже, чтобы их было выгоднее собирать, и это решит проблему переработки. Мы покупаем материалы в основном у компаний, которые занимаются производством или сбором и обработкой вторсырья. Так как мы производим дизайнерские вещи, качество вторичного сырья для нас очень важно, поэтому, к сожалению, нам очень сложно работать с сырьем, которое отдает население. Но мы очень надеемся, что в будущем мы сможем обрабатывать много разного вторичного сырья.
We pay for the secondary materials we get, and that's a standard practice. We think that's an okay thing to do. And our goal is to make secondary products more expensive for them to be profitable in the end, and for collection to be profitable in the end. And we buy raw materials primarily from production and assembly companies, because we produce designer things, and for us quality of raw materials is very important. That's why at the moment it's very hard for us to work with raw materials provided by population, but we hope that maybe in the future we would resolve the problem and be able to work with different kinds of raw materials we can get.
На самом деле, конечно, я считаю, что вы правы, нужно платить за вторичные материалы, чтобы у нас был приоритет у людей для сбора и деления этих материалов. Мы на самом деле платим, и ценники на них совершенно разные. Если это частный предприниматель, то эта цена немного ниже. Если это крупная компания и процесс очень длинный и большой, то этот ценник выше. Если же мы собираем как акцию в школе либо в каком-то колледже, конечно, мы не платим за этот материал, но при этом при всем мы оставляем либо школе, либо колледжу готовое изделие из их материала, что тоже говорит о том, что они должны понимать, для чего они его делят, для чего они его собирают и что за готовый продукт они получают.
I can say that basically you're right, and I agree with you that one needs to pay for the secondary materials for the promotion of the activity and for promotion of waste collection sorting among the population. And we also pay for the materials we get, and the price may range depending on the supplier. If we talk about private entrepreneurs, the price is usually lower, but with major companies with long processes involved, the price usually goes up. And we also have different promotion activities, for instance, at schools. In this case, we don't pay for the materials, but in this case, we usually leave or the end products to the school, which helped us in the promotion activity for people involved to understand why they were doing that and what kind of end product they might get in return.
Okay, Lisbeth, thank you. We see your comment, but if you don't mind, we'll give you opportunity after Magnus's question. So question to 99 Recycle, do you also work with your own product at end of life? I mean, collect, repair, remanufacture?
И вопрос к 99 Recycle. Работаете ли вы со своими собственными ресурсами, то есть перерабатываете ли вы уже свои собственные продукты потом?
Да, мы перерабатываем собственную продукцию, мы стараемся мы делаем продукцию из вторичных материалов и делаем ее перерабатываемой, чтобы ее можно было перерабатывать несколько раз, чтобы оно не выбрасывалось.
Yes, we do, because we work with secondary materials and we produce our items the way they can be recycled several times afterwards to reduce the amount of waste.
Okay, Slava, can you please unmute Lisbeth?
So, thank you very much. I was just going to try. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you, and thanks a lot for the setup. I think it's really great, and you guys, you're just cooler than cool, and imposes a lot of hope to the old generation like myself. So it's so nice to hear your stories and the spirit that you have in environmental issues and the recycling opportunities. So thank you for that. My mind is always circulating on this point that if we had to translate this, what you're doing, into a Danish concept, it would not be possible, since the cost of wages would be much too high to create a sustainable long-term business model in terms of economics. And I wonder if that's the same for you. The fact that the handmade products are often more expensive than industrial products must make it difficult for you to create a long-term sustainable economical business model, or am I wrong?
Большое спасибо, было очень приятно все это слушать, очень новаторские идеи, все по-молодежному. Для меня, как для представительницы более старшего поколения, это очень интересно, очень понравился вот этот экологичный дух и различные возможности для переработки, которые существуют. Но всегда, когда мы говорим о таких вещах, я думаю о том, что такие бизнес-модели всегда очень сложно переносить в практическую плоскость, например, если говорить про Данию, потому что обычно если мы говорим про handmade продукцию, она становится более дорогой, чем товары массового производства, чем товары каких-то крупных брендов. Поэтому в этой связи это дорого для конечного покупателя. В этой связи очень сложно создать какую-то устойчивую бизнес-модель. Так ли это в России, так ли это для вас, или, может быть, я ошибаюсь?
Это абсолютно так. У нас есть несколько направлений, некоторые более автоматизированные, например, 3D-принтер для печати мебели, и он абсолютно конкурентоспособен с другими видами мебели, с другими продуктами, потому что требует очень мало участия. Если говорить про швейную продукцию, то при выходе на достаточно большие объемы реализации, объем производства, на который мы уже практически вышли, то себестоимость сопоставима со среднесерийным производством из первичных материалов. Мы конкурируем с масс-маркетом за счет качества и за счет нашего дизайна.
Yeah, it is like that, and that's why we have several directions, and part of them are automated. For instance, if we talk about our 3D printers for furniture printing, they are quite competitive in terms of price with other companies because actually no involvement is needed. It's automated. If we talk about our seamstress facilities and apparel production, now we are reaching the level of commercial quantities, and it's quite competitive in price with the production, apparel production from primary materials in non-serial qualities. So the main competitive factor for us, if we talk about competition with major brands, is about quality and about design.
Thank you. Natalia?
На самом деле, если сравнивать нашу продукцию с продукцией других производителей, соответственно, мы можем сравниться только с производителями парковой мебели по своей массе, которая соответствует тоже антивандальной сейчас. По стоимости мы ниже их в рынке, то есть мы первая ступень, которая может быть доступна любому покупателю. В соответствии с этим я не считаю, что наш материал очень труднодостижим для любого покупателя. Я бы, наверное, сказала, что я бы даже подняла цены на нашу продукцию, чтобы быть в рынке.
So I can say that if you compare our goods to the goods of other producers, we can be compared in terms of price with the producers of park furniture or hardscape, for instance, in terms of what is produced currently, including anti-vandal items. And actually our price is lower because we represent the first step of accessibility for all types of customers, and I couldn't say that our materials are more expensive or not available for people. So in this connection, I would say that I would actually raise the prices for our goods.
При всем при этом себестоимость продукции в разы ниже, чем ее розничная цена.
And at the same time, the initial cost of the products is manifold lower than the retail price.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lisbeth. So we have a comment from Murat. This has been excellent. Many thanks for putting all this effort and bringing us to your context virtually. I have to leave now, but looking forward to joining you tomorrow. So Murat, thank you. Yeah, we have a question from Susanna. Yes. Slava, will you help us? Yep.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
To all of you, it's really, really interesting, and I think we have thousands of questions. But let me just say I'm very pleased that you have had good experience with this BIS project. I think Natalia, you mentioned that it helped you to find a new partners, look into new waste streams. Could you elaborate a little bit more on how this maybe go on further the next year or 2 years or 10 years? What is your need as a company for these partnerships? And do you think you need some kind of tools or guidance, or is it, have you already gained enough just to continue? Please elaborate a little bit more. It's very interesting.
Большое спасибо, все было очень интересно. Я думаю, в принципе, у нас возникли 1000 вопросов, которые можно было бы задать, но сейчас остановлюсь на одном. Очень приятно было услышать, что был накоплен положительный опыт в рамках этого проекта, и, если я не ошибаюсь, Наталья говорила о том, что получилось найти новых партнеров, также получилось найти новые способы развития бизнеса. И не могли бы вы чуть больше прокомментировать по поводу этого момента? Мне очень интересно, что вы планируете в будущем, как вы планируете развивать дальше ваше дело на перспективу 1 года или, может, 2 или 10 лет? Каковы ваши потребности как компании с точки зрения, может быть, партнерств? И также требуются ли вам какие-то новые инструменты или какое-то новое руководство? Или вы уже считаете, что накопили достаточно для того, чтобы развиваться в дальнейшем?
На самом деле, наверное, останавливаться никогда не охота, охота развиваться. Соответственно, с этим хочется, чтобы было еще много-много ресурсов, которые можно внедрять в свой бизнес, в свое производство. Много партнерств, много новых переработок, много интересных задач, которые были у нас зимой с вами сделаны. Конечно, хотелось бы расширения производства, то, что это, наверное, моя мечта. Вот. Соответственно, с этим хочется, чтобы партнерства были длительные, чтобы мы могли не пользоваться, например, как я говорила ранее, что мы работаем на речном песке, перейти тоже на какой-нибудь отход. Один из отходов, да, такой как вот габроотсев. И их таких у нас много, да, по России, всяких разных. Хотелось бы это все попробовать. Соответственно, с этим снизить себестоимость продукции и еще больше попасть в разные сферы рынка, такие как сейчас мы планируем развивать мебель для хорейки, соответственно, мебель для домашнего использования, ну и, соответственно, уже какие-нибудь мини там аксессуары, которые будут пользоваться спросом и будут стоить копейки для людей, для разного слоя населения. Поэтому развиваться мы хотим, очень много партнерств нам интересно, ну и я так думаю, что в дальнейшем рынок Европы и других стран для нас открыт.
Well, in fact, I can say that there is no desire to stand still, and we're eager to develop further. And there are lots of resources. There are a lot of resources we'd like to introduce in our business and in our production. There are a lot of partnerships we're interested in, as well as goals or tasks. For instance, tasks which have been already performed in winter. And I would like to say that my dream is to expand the production. And for this goal, we need to have long-term partnerships in place. Also, we need to have access to new resources. As I have been saying, currently we use river sand, but maybe it would be interesting to transfer to other kinds of waste as Gabra sand or Gabra sift, for instance. And we would like to try to do that. And I would also like to reduce further the initial cost of our goods and to enter other markets and other types of production, for instance, furniture for households, or some mini accessories, which would be quite cheap for population and for end users. So we would like to develop further, and we are interested in many partnerships. And I think that in the future, the European market is open for us and is of great interest for us.
Thank you.
Мне кажется, можно похожий вопрос адресовать Сергею, спросить, насколько действительно промышленный симбиоз кажется вам концепцией будущего, насколько вам интересны новые вторичные ресурсы от производства, видите ли вы в этом часть концепции развития будущего вашей компании? Секунду.
So I think similar question can be addressed to Sergey. To what extent is industrial symbiosis of interest to you? Do you see it as a kind of a future concept and as the part of the future of your company?
Да, мне кажется, что это очень важно. Это очень важно в долгосрочном плане, там, если смотреть на 30, 50, 100 лет, потому что ресурсов становится все меньше и меньше, и они дорожают, и это способ и сократить издержки, и сделать планету чище, и вот. Для нашей компании, если говорить про краткосрочное будущее, это тоже очень важно. Мы закупаем все сырье у партнеров, часть из них в промышленном симбиозе, в Балтийском симбиозе состоит, часть из них просто партнеры. Многим партнерам по промышленному симбиозу мы делали мерч, какие-то проекты для них делали, и кажется, что такое партнерство, такой симбиоз — это очень важно.
Yes, I do think that it's very important in the longer term for the period of 30, 50 or 100 years, because the number of resources, the volume of resources is decreasing greatly and the price is skyrocketing. And that's one of the tools to reduce the costs and to make our planet cleaner. And if we talk about our company, it's also important for us because we procure raw materials from our partners. Part of those partners are taking part in industrial symbiosis, part doesn't. And for our partners from industrial symbiosis, we have produced merchandise and we have performed other projects for them. And I think that such kind of partnership or symbiosis is very crucial and important.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I think it's time to let our colleagues go because they are a little bit out of our time limit. So, Sergey, Natalia, thank you once again. Hope to continue cooperation in different ways. And so right now we have 25, 23-minute coffee break. And after that, we will have case challenge finale. So we'll have 5 presentations of 5 student teams. They offer us the solution to use pig blood as a new productions, as a resource for new productions. So hope you will stay with us after coffee break.
And if you want to know more about companies or you can contact, you can visit our website, Terman.ru peer-to-peer, and we have links there on their websites, and we can share direct contacts if you want. So feel free to ask us. And yes, see you in a bit. Please stay tuned.
dear colleagues, nice to meet you again. So right now we are opening Case Finale Challenge. Today with me, Daria Mironova. She's presenting at ITMO University. This is our local partner in organizing this event. And I think we have some new colleagues who log in to our peer-to-peer event. And for them, I would like just briefly talk about our project. So dear colleagues, my name is Alexander Bilich, and I'm presenting Tarman Group. Tarman Group is a partner of Baltic Industrial Symbiosis project. This is a project of Interreg Baltic Sea region. And our main idea is promote industrial symbiosis concept in different regions. As for us, we are working in St. Petersburg. So we are promoting this brilliant idea in St. Petersburg and in Russia. Also, we have 12 more organizations from 5 countries. These are Sweden, Norway, Finland, Poland, and Norway. And also, as for Tarman Group, we are trying to build and create industrial symbiosis networks. So we are trying to create cooperations between different companies by following this brilliant concept that waste of one company is a resource for another. So you are welcome. And Daria, could I ask you to...
Of course. Hello, everyone, dear colleagues. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the Industrial Symbiosis Case Challenge final. From March 11th to April 15th, 2021, the competition for the best solution to use pig blood as the main resource in the production of new product was held. And now we are glad to see you, the finalists of the competition. Our competition was organized by ITMO University together with Tarman Group under the support of Interreg project, as well as the Business in Biotechnology and Circular Economy project. So, a couple of words about me and ITMO University role in this project. So I'm vice head on marketing and project management in the School of Biotechnology and Cryogenic Systems of ITMO University. And our students were involved in solving the cases that were presented by our partners. So, and a couple of words about the project, Business in Biotechnology and Circular Economy. This project contributes to cross-border sustainable economic growth by supporting entrepreneurship and business cooperation in the fields of biotechnology and circular economy. In terms of the project, 2 tracks are being realized, from science to business and from business to science. The current competition is a good example of business to science track. And according to our project, we offer concrete support for cross-border cooperation between Finland and Russia. Events in Finland, matchmaking and, with potential partners, actual marketing information, business and testing opportunities in eco-cereal industrial environment, and training for companies and accelerator program for students.
Daria, thank you. So, Slava, could you please help us with presentation? Yeah, great. So I think you should see a presentation. So today we have a case final. Next slide, please. Yeah, so today we will have 5 student teams who will present the ideas of using blood from slaughterhouse as a resource for new productions. Today, we will have a first stage of evaluation of these presentations, and it calls international expertise. And like it will be 30% of total mark for each team. Yes, thank you. So yeah, today we will have 5 presentations, and we will kindly ask you, my colleagues from this project and from BBC project, in the final, at the end of this event, to evaluate each team following 5 criteria. Slava, could you please help us with the next slide? Yep. So we will have 5 criteria. They are market value, competitiveness, feasibility, team, and presentation quality. So we kindly ask you to mark something on your paper while our colleagues will be presenting their ideas, because at the end we will have a Google form, which we kindly ask you to fill in, and just to have an opportunity to get a final score for each team and to determine the best solution following by your international expertise. So I think just several words about timing. We will have for each team 10 minutes. So please, if it's possible, try to present all your ideas for 7 minutes, if it's possible. And also we'll have 5 minutes from our experts and from our colleagues for each team. So if you have any questions, please write in the chat. So if everything is clear, we are asking the first team to start. And it is Pumpkin Pickle by Elizaveta.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yep, yes. Great.
I can make a demonstration. There is no rules.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, Vyacheslav is trying to do this. How is it now?
Yes, yep. It's okay. Do you see it?
Yes, we see it.
Okay.
So please.
Well, hello. My name is Pamaskova Yelizaveta. I will present you our project, Pump and Pickle, as the project of blood recycling. Our team proposed to make syringe solutions and brines for gourmet products, a product of pig blood processing. Syringe solutions are mixtures that are introduced into meat to improve its organoleptic characteristics, taste, and so on. Our product, since it is made from animal protein, will make pickles more nutritious and viscous. Our technology is as follows. The first, the blood is pre-reserved using cresol and crystalline phenol so as not to spoil the product. Next, we will stabilize the blood in order to get rid of the specific blood taste. After that, we dry our product in order to transport it to the production plant and so on. It is possible to use product without drying in its liquid form if it is and send it directly to our plants and producers. It depends on our logistic network. Analysis of secondary sources shows that it is in coming years the meat market will grow at a slow pace according to the offer. And the estimate of the market capacity based on consumption data is 87 million rubles. It was calculated on demand. Our competitors. Competitor analysis shows that our product has a better yield, at the same time increases the nutritional value of the final product. Our marketing plan. It is based on the fact that main consumers are meat processing enterprises that are looking for new ways to make a product cheaper in a saving economy or even decreasing costs. but at the same time, not to lose quality, because quality is one of the most important metrics for consumers. Our sales plan looks as simple as possible. If we process 3 tons of blood every day, we will receive 390 kilograms of our product per day. This is 8 tons per month. Further, if we sell it for 350 rubles for 1 kilogram, we will get a revenue equal to 2 million rubles per month. You can see a financial plan and the calculation of the payback period on this slide. We expect to get a payback period equal to 6 years and NPV equal to 22 million rubles. To implement our plans, we need 40 million rubles. The main costs are dryers machine, and the salary, it is mentioned in 1 year period, because we suppose that after the first year revenue, we can pay salary from it. Our team, Ishevsky Alexander Leonidovich, professor and doctor of technical science, professor of School of Biotechnology and Cryogenic Systems in Itmo University, and me, Pamaskova Yelizaveta, project activity and commercialization center manager. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Elizaveta, thank you. So you had only 4 minutes. It's great, actually. I think they have lots of time for questions, but before start this, I need to say that one of these 5 teams will get a prize, 25,000 rubles, to continue their R&D work. So colleagues, please be attentive in voting at the end, and so please ask as more questions as you can. And also after this international expertise, we will also check more in details in business information and technology assessment, just in order to determine the best solution. So colleagues, please, if you have any questions, you can write in the chat or raise your hand using reactions button. Yeah, we have one. Yeah, okay, so the first one from Veronica. What stabilizer do you use? Stabilizer, okay, thank you.
Please answer the question.
Yes.
Again, please turn on.
1, 2, 3, do you hear me?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
What stabilizer do you use?
Can I start from the second question, because a question about stabilization is more a question about technology, and I should check it in my documents.
Okay.
I would like to start from the second question. What are any competitors? We find several competitors, and we make analysis with the TRK Glove Snap and Saladica Eco Pro. They are our competitors on the market, but our projects are better. It has more. Second, please. We have a better yields, and at the same time increase the nutritional value of the final product.
Okay, and
yes,
I think they need some more technician information just to understand what's the difference between your product and your competitors. Is it possible to say some more about technology?
It means that the amount of actual protein and the microelements in our project are higher for the common common final product than for our competitors.
Okay, so actually, if you have some problems with technical language, you can tell it in Russian, and we have.
Давайте я попробую на русском объяснить.
So colleagues, yeah, will just use translator. Да, пожалуйста.
Количество полезных микроэлементов именно, собственно, самого животного белка в нашем продукте больше на массу всей, допустим, колбасы или всей ветчины, чем у наших конкурентов. То есть наш продукт более концентрирован.
So I'd like to say that our product is more concentrated because the amount of useful microelements of animal protein is more per mass of a specific product we produce in comparison to our competitors.
Okay, thank you. Susan, you raised your hand. No, okay. So who could be your investors?
About our investors, first of all, it could be plants who can use our technology to their production process. It allows them not only to make their product higher quality. Perhaps it may be interesting for them to have new products to their line of the product. Also, our investors could be fabrics of meat fabrics.
Meat processing plants?
Yes, meat processing plants who want to utilize their blood in a right way.
Okay, one more question. How about social acceptance? Do you think consumers are willing and ready to buy your products?
I think yes, because consumers, it is not they don't have to change their technology process a lot. They have already used such mixtures as our product, but they are less quality. They have less amount of protein and microelements, because our product is more concentrated.
Mm-hmm. Okay, one more question. Demand for a product in Russia?
Demand on a product, sorry. We count that the product in the estimate of the market capacity based on consumption data is 87 million rubles. It was on the slide. Can I show one more time presentation, perhaps? No, I can't. No, I can't show again. But based on the
you can demonstrate your screen.
Okay. Yes, this slide.
So it's about 1 million euro. Am I right?
Yes, a bit less. It depends on the cost.
Okay.
Here.
Do you have a question?
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
So, as a moderator, I will ask you, what is the stage of your product? So, how much time do you need in order to start sales?
In order to start sales of our mixture.
Yep.
You mean? I think it will take about half a year or several months to finalize the technology recipe.
Am I right that you have all certificates and all licenses?
No, it will be only to finalize the technology and to start to get license from different licenses. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I haven't already checked it.
Okay, great. And one short question, I think. How much money do you need in order to finish all this work to start sales?
Well, it depends on our. Can again perhaps show my screen? No. For this presentation, we think about 40 million rubles.
40 million rubles.
40 million rubles, but yes, but the first revenue you will get in the first year. We think about the full the full 40 million rubles. We will come back. We'll come back in 6 years. But if the revenue will be higher, so the project can be finished earlier.
So okay.
And as I said, the main costs of our product is the drying machine. But if we do not use the drying machine, we can do not use it. We can do not have such costs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So colleagues, if you have some questions, please just write in a chat. We will send it to Elizaveta.
And please, I suppose you should estimate now these presentations while the next team is going to present.
Well, actually, we'll have Google form at the end. Just you can mark some comments for you, just just to remember what you've seen. Yes, we'll send also a Google form in a chat. So Vyacheslav will help me with that. And the next project, Evgeny, is a blood meal. Evgeny, are you here?
Yes, hello everyone. Hope you can see and hear me properly.
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
And the presentation is on, right?
Yep, great.
Thank you.
Here you go.
My name is Evgeny Bernans. I'm the student of ITMO University, and my colleague for this project was Vadim Kondratyev. And the main subject of our research was the usage of products of pork blood recycling in production of blood meal, and its further usage in livestock feed market. First of all, the short product description. Blood meal is a dry powder made of blood, which contains high amounts of protein and a huge value of nutritional elements useful for cattle. The basic advantages, the main advantages of this product are high nutrition level. It's low cost against fish meal, which is widely used, and it is enriched with protein and required amino acids. On this slide, you can see the compounds which are contained in bigger amounts in comparison to fish meal. So as you can see, our product is way more, contains higher concentration of required elements. On this slide, you can see the description of technology. So yeah, it takes several steps to get the final product. After the potential customers survey showed that more than a half of potential consumers agreed to take this product into consideration. The reason for that is the practice that took part in the Soviet Union when the meat production plants widely used the products of blood recycling. And the second reason is that our technology is supported by two global technological trends, which are, first of all, lean production and ecologically friendly production, which is positive as well, and it affects the image of the company on the market positively. On this slide, you can see the review of livestock feed market volume in Russia. So as you can see, it remains more or less stable, but during the recent 3 years, it is gaining in volume, which is a good sign for us. Our key potential consumers are livestock feed factories, the biggest ones in the northwestern region, which are Gachinsky and Ostinsky livestock feed factories, Peter Bio and Askar Agro Trade. Also, you can see the volume of production of these factories during the year. What about the potential raw material suppliers? These are the biggest meat plants in the northwestern region, which are Velikoluksky, Gachinsky, and Selezhsky meat plants. In total, these plants can provide us with more than 5 megatons of blood per year, which will result in 80 kilotons of ready product per year. The marketing channels, the most important ones are phone marketing, manufacturing forums, and email marketing. What about the key financial indicators? The NPV was estimated as 42 million rubles, and the payback period was estimated as more or less 3 years. What about the key investments? In total, total investment amount are 90 million rubles. The most important machines to be bought and used are reactors, drying machines, and blood pumping and mixing devices, which are the main tools that I used during the production. What about our team? Again, my colleague Vadim Kondratyev was responsible for technology and production description, and I was doing the marketing and economics research. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. Also 5 minutes, great. We appreciate it.
So may I
Daria,
have a question?
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay. So I have such questions. Just imagine that you have an investor and you get the investments for this project. Could you please tell which disadvantages and difficulties could you make in case you should realize your project? So what are the most difficulties or risks you you face in case entering the market?
Well, the biggest difficulty we will potentially have to struggle with is the fact that since the moment when the Soviet Union got broken apart, the tradition of usage of blood recycling products has gone for some reason. So now we need to invest into it. And what may help is the biggest technological trends, which I already mentioned. So this technology helps manufacturing become more lean. So the products that are now just are not used anyway will be used, and will this way the total efficiency of production will raise. And also using this technology, will help the production to be more ecologically friendly, more green, and this fact may make a positive impact on the image of the company and the ecological situation in common. So yes.
Thank you. And the question from my colleague from Southeast Finland University, Nikarola, who are your main competitors?
Well, currently our main competitor is the Vapran company, which is located in France. This company produces such products, the products of blood recycling. Currently, Vapran holds about 80% of input of such products in Russia. But our main advantage again, Vapran, is the fact that we can locate our production here, so the logistics, we will not have to waste so much funds on logistics and so on. So the final product will get much cheaper.
Yes, thank you. I have also a question. Could you please specify who is your client?
Our clients are the biggest livestock feed plants in the northwestern region. As I also already mentioned, the plants that produce feed for cattle, or meat production plants and so on.
And did you have any opportunity to speak with them? Are they
Well,
interested
yes.
in it?
Yes, I've already contacted with some of these factories, and their reaction on such ideas was quite positive.
Great. And did you ask them for investment?
Not yet. Unfortunately, I haven't talked with them about the investments yet, but if the project will continue developing, of course, I will do it.
Great. And one last question from me. How many potential clients did you speak?
More than 10, definitely.
Yeah, great.
But from different regions. But in the presentation, I mentioned the most important, the key customers in the northwestern region.
Yeah, great. And we have a question from Susan, my colleague in this project. Can you compete with fish meal, price and quality, nutrition? And how about supply in the long term? And what about supply? Have you considered if the demand for meat production or pig's meat will be constant in the future?
Mm-hmm. Okay, the first question, can you compete with fish meal? Yes, of course, because our product is not only cheaper than fish meal, but it also contains, has a bigger nutritional value than fish meal. So yes, we are definitely able to compete with that product. Supplying the long term, well, as the recent researches show, the meat production market in Russia is growing each year. So so we can say that the future of this area, of this field, is quite bright. Yes, and what also helps our market to grow is the global strategy in Russia to help local plants, local factories get the bigger volume in the market. So yes, we can definitely see that the prognosis is positive.
Susan, did Evgeny answer your question? Yeah, great. So I think it's time for last question. If we have someone who wants to ask. Okay, Daria helped me. Thank you, Evgeny. So yeah, have a good day. We will evaluate you.
Thank you.
So stay in touch. So the next project is protein sausage food. Ivan or Natalia, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Unfortunately, Natalia can't be here right now.
Okay, but I hope you can present your project.
Yes. Can you see it?
Yep, great. So you have 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Timofovich. I will tell you about a project for processing blood into an additive for sausages. Sorry. Yeah, our product is a sausage additive. The additive will make sausage more nutritious and cheaper. They will contain all the essential amino acids except tryptophan, which is easy to obtain from other sources. In order for blood to be used in production, it must be stabilized. The stabilization will be carried out without enzymes, since their effect is highly dependent on the nutrition of the animals. After that, you can produce various chemical influences, which it will, without fear that it will curl up. Then the product is clarified, which allows you to get rid of specific taste and color of the blood. Then it all depends on the remoteness of our customers. If they are close enough, then we can send a liquid product. If the buyers are far away, then drying will take place. By the way, the resulting water can be used in production as a technical water. And after drying, blood is crushed just for packaging. The market size is 11 billion euros. Moreover, the market is stagnating rather than growing over the past 5 years. The main points of growth today are improving quality, the variety of products, and in particular, the emergence of healthier options. A survey of potential buyers shows that most companies agreed to use albumin derived from blood in their production. The potential market size for our product is 285 million euros, with a product price of 150 rubles. Comparison with the competitors shows that our product is much more nutritious as it has a molecular weight of 700,000 daltons. Despite this high number, studies show that the digestibility reaches 97%. At the same time, the product has a competitive shelf life and other indicators. The main consumers of our product are meat processing plants, which still have an innovative potential for development. Their long-term goals may be to obtain investment and as a result, move towards the environmental friendliness. We are going to distribute products to telephone marketing, to the email marketing, and with meetings on the specialized exhibitions. So we will produce more than 33 tons of product per month, which will cost us 17,000 euros. Payback period will be 3.5 years, and the NPV will be 251,000 euros for this period. The required investments amounts to only 384.5 thousand euros, with most of the cost going to dryers. I worked on a project together with Natalia Fedorova, who is responsible for the entire technical part of the development. And thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer your questions.
Ivan, thank you a lot for your presentation. So colleagues, please ask your questions. Yep, Ivan, please close your presentation in order we can see you. 1 second. So we got two questions. First one is, what is an estimated annual return?
Okay, sorry, there's just technician part.
Yeah.
So estimated
Annual return.
return, yes. It will actually, maybe I can show it. Can I show it?
Yeah, Vyacheslav.
No?
Yeah, you can try
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So when you see it, all the financial information of the plan. So there is your profits, your total revenue, all the information that you need. So the total revenue per month after tax will be 44,000 euros. So is there already similar products in Russian market? Yes, there is some similar products, but there are not so much of them, and they sell not for the big production, just for the some small small productions like home production, homemade sausages.
Okay, Ivan, I just want to ask Saya, did Ivan answer your question?
I hope so.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Great. So, two more questions from Nico. Is there already similar products in the Russian market?
Actually, I have seen one more question. Is there bias prejudice among consumers?
Yeah, but please first answer.
Okay.
Is there already similar products in the Russian market?
So I said about the similar products.
Yeah, so like, actually, probably I also have one question following this one.
Okay, just ask me. Okay, I will not read the questions.
So could you answer this or not?
Can you repeat, please?
Is there already similar products in the Russian market?
Okay, there is, but not for the big factories, just for homemade sausages.
Yeah, okay, great. Are there biases among consumers concerning your product?
Okay, there are no biases because there are no actual product on the market. But I think it will be better not to say that this albumin comes from the blood. We can say that it's just animal protein, which is actually truth, because when you say it's like the bloody protein, it sounds not so not so good. And as we know, the market, the meat market are stagnating because there are not so much diversity. If you look on the milk market, for example, there are lots of products, lots of different milks with some additives. And if you look on the meat market, there are not so much. So they consumers can't understand is there one company or another. It's just same sausage with the different prices. That's all.
Okay. Nico, please write if it answers your question. And also from Lisbeth, thank you a lot, Lisbeth. Could your product be used in vegetarian sausages to raise the content of protein?
Of course not. Of course, it's not vegetarian at all because it comes from the animals.
Yeah, Ivan, please close your presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Great. So it couldn't be used as a resource, yeah, in vegetarian sausages. Okay. Daria, do you have any question?
Ivan, have you asked the potential investors their readiness to invest this project? And could you please tell us the stage of your technology?
Okay, so I haven't asked the investors, but while I was asking about the readiness to buy the projects, I found several companies that said, yes, it will be interesting for us. So I guess we can partner with them. And the readiness of the project, all the technical part are ready, but as we need to build all the projects, like literally build them to buy the machines and to work with it, I would say that it will take about 1 year to start their production and to sell the first blood package.
Okay, thank you. And also answer from Lisbeth. She agrees with you that it cannot be a vegetarian one, but could you imagine that you can use your product as an additional resource for a mixed product? For instance, she buys fish cakes with vegetables.
Sorry, I can't quite understand. As I understand, we're speaking about the vegetarian products. So maybe it's better to use the word flexitarian, like the person who
I think, yeah, I think that question, like, do you know about eco meat? That meat without like real pork, real pig, and so on. Probably could we use this your product as a one resource, yeah, for kind of stuff?
Okay, first of all, you can use this as a resource for protein.
Yeah, okay.
Like in almost in every project that you have. And if you want to make plant-based meat with protein from blood, okay, you can use it.
Okay.
And there's no problem.
So am I right that you spoke only with meat processing plants? Like
yes,
no kind of other industries, other spheres, and so on?
No, because it's for meat processing plants.
So your kind of target audience is a meat processing plant?
Yes, big meat processing plants with innovative potential.
Okay, okay. So colleagues, last question if you have. If not, we say to Ivan, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the end of your presentation, and we will go on. So the fourth will be functional feed products. Alexandra or Pavel, are you here?
Yeah, we're here.
Yes, me too.
Great.
So greetings to Honorable Commission. My name is Pavel Demidov.
Second, please, I can turn on demonstration of a presentation.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Try it now.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, great.
So we see your screen.
Yeah, 1 second.
So please start. Like.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, I apologize for these technical problems. So with my colleague, Kuznetsova Alexandra, we will tell you about our project, development of technology for processing whole pig blood to obtain functional feed products. Next, please. According to Skolkovo science reports, a third of all food products produced in the world are lost or thrown away. It's about 1.3 billion tons per year. As a result, the intentional agenda related to rational consumption is becoming more and more relevant, and the most effective practice for reducing food losses and organic wastes in Russia include optimization of food industry production chain through the including of closed-loop technologies maximizing the benefits of byproducts. Next, please. Since ancient times, blood, and dishes from it have been used in kitchens around the world as main dish, snacks, or dessert dishes. In the cultures of almost all of the world, there is a mention of products containing blood or its shaped elements. However, some of the world's cultural and religious groups consider blood unacceptable for human consumption, like Jewish and Muslim teachings strictly regulate food that can be consumed, and blood is not among the allowed. Along with religion prohibitions, there are also social cultural restrictions imposed on everything that can be eaten. For example, the growing cultural groups of vegetarians in the modern world, completely refusing to eat food of animal origin. This all of above problems of using blood and its derivative complicate the entry of the new product for humans on the market. But at the same time, one of the ways to use the blood is to use it in animal nutrition and replacement of expensive fish meal with the blood meal, which is similar in nutritional value and rich in proteins, but cheaper in economic terms. That's why domestic carnivores such as dogs, cats, rodents, and birds may be the most suitable alternative consumers group for the use in the food, the blood. Next, please. With our research group, we considered sociological survey of potential buyers about the readiness to eat food containing blood on their own or give it to their pets. So as you can see in the diagram, 31% of respondents tell that they're not ready to eat the products from the blood, and 62% tells that they're not sure in wanting to accept it. Next, please. But at the same time, 37% of respondents ready to feed their pets with blood products. Next, please. This slide shows a comparison of the nutritional value of blood flow and fish flow. We made it to make sure is it possible to replace proven ingredients with new ones from the blood. Based on this data, it can be concluded that blood meal can be excellent alternative for animals. However, use of blood and blood flow in the ration of animals also have some complication. The fact is that blood meal has a low tastes, so we have to take note to add more than 5 or 6% blood meal to the ration to avoid animals refusing to consume their daily ration. Next, please. So, based on collected data on the existing types of use of pig blood in food products, as well as the known difficulties in their application, the team decided to develop a universal canned pet food with the addition of dry protein isolated from the pig blood. This solution should solve the problem of changing the color and taste of the final product, which will remove the 5% limit on introduction of blood products. And right now, I'm giving the word to my colleague Alexandra to explain the production technology.
Yes, thank you. So let's move to the technology. First of all, I should mention that this technology is made for my thesis, which is connected with treatment with water with fish blood. So it's kind of similar technology, but for pig blood, it could vary. So first of all, it contains 3 stages. The first stage is electrolysis. And the electrolysis contains also 2 stages. First one is cathodic reduction, and the second one is anodic oxidation. And so as a result of this process, we have water with the sediment, which is basically proteins. Then the second stage is centrifugation. So we have to divide water or any other liquids from the proteins. And also we can already use this like wet sediment as raw materials for canned food for pets, or we can use the next step is spray drying. So basically we just dry our sediment, and as a result we have a dry protein lipid complex. And let's look at some pictures of the results. The first one is the result of electrolysis. You can easily see the sediment. The second one is centrifugation. You can see the sediment on the bottom of this thing. And the last one is the result of drying. Actually, I did drying the thermostat, but for industry, we should use spray drying. So let's move. We made 3 recipes for pet feed. They contain 30% of protein residue and 70% of vegetable raw material. As a vegetable raw material, we decided to use cereals like buckwheat, oats, and so on. And this data is based on the literature reviews. And after having more information about the amount of blood, we can count some nutritional data and so on. The next one, we also did some market research. You can see some statistics on the slide. And we can say that dog food stands for 15.2% of the total Russian market for pet products. And also you can see some information about dog food market volume in physical terms and in monetary terms. And also we found out our consumer. It should be dog owners of any sex and marital status and who lives in big cities of Russia. There should be from 30 to 50 years old, and they have to have monthly income from 80,000 and so on. And their main problems are to find a feed for their pets, which is good. We have good composition and good digestibility. And they usually do online shopping, studying products review, discuss the feed with their pets. Also, we made a list of needed equipment and raw materials.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, it's like we should remake it because we don't know a lot of information about the pig blood. And the last one is theoretical product cost. It is made for laboratory conditions, but in industrial conditions, it should be lower. And we can recalculate it after we will receive some information about amount of pig blood we will have. So thank you for your attention, and we will be happy to answer your questions.
Colleagues, thank you. So, please, questions. Yeah, and please turn on your video.
Okay, may I ask
Alexandra?
the first one question?
Yes, the price of our product is about €2, I think, and we don't really have any competitors. The only competitor we have is granulated feed for dogs, and we don't really have competitors in canned food.
Well, it's hard to believe that you don't have competitors, actually. Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Could you please
food.
specify why don't you have any competitors?
Actually, we haven't found any competitors in canned food. Mostly we're like granulated food. So.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, it's not correct anyway. You have those products that could replace the same quantity. So you should count, it's not like competitors, but like analogs. So may I ask one question?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. So in case you get investments, could you please tell us which market are you going to enter first, Russian or European? And what are the main competitive advantages of your technologies?
First of all, it's like Russian market, of course. Firstly, maybe in the future it could be European market. And the second question was, can you repeat, please?
Please repeat the second question.
The second was about the key competitive advantages of your product.
The key advantage of our product is to enrich more than 5% of the using of our protein, because as I tell you, there is a problem of adding the blood flow because it's changing the taste and the color of the ending products. So in our technology, we're trying to reduce this действие.
Okay, could you answer the next question about the price of the product and its is it competitor for consumers?
Yeah, it should be cheaper than, for example, canned food, which is made from meat, because we use like blood meal, yeah.
Yeah, so sorry, colleagues, with some technical issues. So no, okay. So yeah, question from Susan. In your studies, have you considered or discussed environmental issues such as demand for energy in the process or the production of wastewater from the centrifugation? If you have discussed this, what do you think is most important?
Yeah, I'm working on environmental issues actually. I mostly checked water after it. It's quite good for example, for oh God, I forget. For example, for water bodies, yeah.
If you need help with English, so you can answer Russian, and our translator will help us.
Я просто забыла, как канализация будет.
Sewage.
Sewage, yeah.
Sewage.
So the wastewater after centrifugation is quite fine for sewage. About electricity and energy, we haven't discussed it because we didn't know any information about the amount of pig blood which we would have. So we just made like
The laboratory experiments.
For a laboratory.
Yeah, we made only the laboratory experiments, and if we have to do this on the production lines, everything will be changed a lot.
Okay, so one short question from me. How much time do you need in order to start sales?
Well, first of all, we have to find the production point to start the rebuilding our project on the, I mean, I use the Russian, please. Окей. Прежде чем рассчитать точное время начала выхода в продажу, нам необходимо определиться с мощностями завода, на котором мы будем это производить. Благодаря этому мы сможем рассчитать точную себестоимость, отработать процессы, которые необходимы при производстве, чтобы они были произведены не в лабораторных условиях, а на техническом оборудовании. И после этого можно будет уже говорить о том, чтобы выходить на продажный рынок.
So before we can calculate precise date and precise start of work, we need to define the plant capacity we will be using for our production, and we also need that will be needed for the calculation of initial costs, and we also need to define processes and to calculate them carefully, not in laboratory conditions, but in production sites, in production shops. And after that, only after that, we can talk about entering the market.
but still some number, please, like your estimation, 1, 2, 3, 4 years.
I think about 1 year.
Great. So colleagues, if you have any questions, please write. If not, we'll let colleagues go.
Actually, as I tell you, 1 year, because we already made the similar technology, but we use for the dog food, the canned dog food, the fish weights from the vessels. We use the fish skin, fish bones, and use them to enrich the vegetable dog food. So we have the experience in this type.
Great. I think it was very useful information for our experts. So, thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah. Have a good day. And the last project is one second. Blood processing products. Veronica, are you here?
Hello. Ilya, can you demonstration?
I can't. Can you let me show it?
Yeah, so please tell us who will open presentation.
Организатор отключил демонстрацию экрана участников.
So Pavel, Ilya, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ilya.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So, please.
Нет, не получается.
So 1 second. We'll repeat it. All the procedures, technical procedures.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Veronica Varik and my colleague Ilya Shkarin. And the theme of our work is blood processing products. Next slide, please. Blood is non-transparent liquid, a type of connective tissue, and provides metabolism in the body. In meat processing plants, in slaughter of farm animals, in addition to the main products, meat receive food and maybe food pulp byproducts, as well as significant number of byproducts of meat processing, including intentional and endocrine raw material, skins, blood, and so on. Blood salted animals are widely used in the production of sausages, meat, semi-finished products, and other foodstuffs. Blood as raw materials is also important for the production of therapeutic drugs. For example, black food albumin derived from blood drying is used to produce hematogen and choline, which are used as a blood stimulants. Blood is used to produce hydrolysates, fiber films, and other. Next slide, please. Blood is used for different types of products. The slide shows food, pharmaceutical, technical, and agricultural products. The second series is those elements that we get from the blood to create products, and the third line shows products of the second series. Next slide, please. Yes, peptides are chain molecules contain 2 to 100 resides of.
Veronica, please unmute.
That is a partially split protein consisting of fragments of several related amino acids. Amino peptides affect the condition of the skin that are needed for the prevention of varicose veins and others. Explanation. The next slide, please. The technology of blood processing consists in 3 stages: gating blood, processing blood, and gating finished products. Blood bleeds and collection of food blood are carried out in accordance with the technological instruction on the primary processing of cattle and pigs, as well as strict compliance with the century rules established for meat processing plants. The slide presents the first stage, gating blood. The pigs are bladed no later than 1 minute after They are stunned. For food and medical purposes, blood is collected only from healthy animals. It's very important. The next slide, please. The second stage is to process to the blood mass and stabilize it. Blood stabilization is the sprayment of food blood to prevent it from clotting. Practically, the stabilization process is carried out when reserving blood for separation. As a result of the stabilization of the blood, conditions are created to increase the content of proteins in plasma due to the preservation of fibrinogen in it. The concentration of alkaline region in less than half of 1% hydrolyze occurs about 4 hours. The next slide, please. Thank you. The technology of getting aminopeptides, the blood mass is stabilized within 30 minutes. As a blood stabilizer, you can use a 2% solution of sinetranine or another stabilizer. Then there is mixing and cooling of the blood with the use of scaly ice. The mass temperature at the same time 4 or maybe 2 or 4 degrees of filtration and centrifugate for 30 minutes to obtain the phase section. After centrifuge, the blood product is hydrolyzed in the presence of an alkaline reagent for 2 to 4 hours, cooled and sent to drying. The product is sent to packaging and etching according to the standard documents. Thank you. Ilya, can you? Next slide.
The products of the secondary resources market include the following: frozen pig's blood, blood serum for cell cultures, domestic dry blood, dry meal, blood meal from small business, and products of large companies. On the right side of the table, you can see the prices for resources. It is worth noting that large companies don't offer their waste materials for sale, but they develop and integrate recycling technologies for its secondary use. A survey of 25 companies that we identified as our potential customers showed that 15 of them are ready to use blood processing technology, while 10 of them refuse the offer. We have studied the pharmaceutical market, and it is worth noting that in terms of research and expenditures in high-tech sectors, this sector occupies a leading position in terms of investment, research, industry, and market volume. Generics, or as it's fashionable to call it now, it's bioactive supplements. According to the dynamics of the market, there is a progression in this growth. A study of the potential of the pharmaceutical market of the countries conducted by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development showed that in Russia, this segment is in a kind of hibernation, but has the potential to bring it to a leading position in a world market within conditionally 10 years. This is due to the widespread integration of new technologies in the process, the high involvement of domestic science in this field and qualified scientists. Competitors' products include imported products, frozen blood, processed blood, and blood meal. Among them, processed blood stands out due to its high molecular weight. One second. The motivation for our consumers to use our products is to get products faster through the use of blood, better processing, high rate of assimilation, and increasing the yield of the final product. We will get in touch with our potential partners through the telephone marketing, email marketing, and taking part and speaking at thematical events. The approximate payback period is 2.5 years, while the NPV is €500,000. The volume of necessary investments is €211,000. Most of this money will be spent on equipment. Our team consists of 2 people. Veronika Varik, my colleague, is responsible for the technological component of the project, and me, Shkarin Ilya, I am engaged in the economic part. So thank you for your attention. You're welcome with your questions.
Colleagues, thank you. So, yeah, please close your presentation in order we can see your beautiful faces. Nice. Colleagues, please, our experts, you're welcome for questions. Please raise your hands or write something in the chat.
I saw the question.
Oh, yeah, actually, I have a question. You told about BioCAD. So this is a biotechnology company, one of the largest in St. Petersburg. And for some reasons, we know them a little bit. And actually, we spoke with them. Could they use blood from one of meat processing plant as a resource in their productions? And actually, they told us that they can't use this blood because they have high requirements to collecting this blood. Could you please tell me, did you speak with them? If yes, did you discuss this point? If yes, so what was the solution of collecting this blood in order they can use it as a resource for
With
their
them,
product?
no, but I thought they will be interested in this technology.
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Could you please repeat? You can tell in Russian, and actually I'll help you translate.
Конкретно с ними нет, но я где-то читал то, что они как бы, как сказать, открыты к новым технологиям, так скажем, к тому, чтобы внедрять какие-то инновации у себя, и я решил, что они будут заинтересованы в этом.
So I haven't discussed it precisely with them because I read somewhere that they're open for new technologies and they're ready to introduce or to embed innovations. So I thought that maybe that would be of interest to them.
Okay, thank you. Probably you know how blood can be used, in some biomedical purposes. And do you know, if yes, so do you know how should we collect this blood in meat processing plant in order to follow all of these requirements that are now existing for these companies?
Вероника, я думаю, это себе.
Veronica? Yeah.
Okay, can you repeat?
Yeah, so actually the question is, we have some biomedical companies that can use blood as a resource, blood from meat processing plant as a resource in their production processes. And actually they faced that they have high requirements for collecting this blood because they have lots of licenses, certificates, certificate processes, and so on and so forth. And do you know probably how can be blood from meat processing plant can be collected in order we have an opportunity to use it in a production processes in biomedical sphere?
Okay. Can I tell you on Russian language?
Yep, for sure. We have colleague who
Во-первых, стоит отметить, что когда животное поступает на убой, оно проходит санитарную экспертизу, поэтому оно будет полностью здорово. После этого мы получаем нашу кровь. После того, как мы получили нашу кровь, ее можно консервировать и отправлять на переработку, либо сразу отправлять на переработку. В нашем случае технология полной переработки. Поэтому мы, когда центрифугируем нашу кровь на стадии переработки, мы можем ее уже получить в готовом виде, как бы наш гидролизат, и отправляется полностью упакованный и этикетированный нашим друзьям из фармакологии, да, они его в контроле качества проверяют, и после этого они отправляют его на продажу.
Okay. Please give an opportunity.
So I think that first of all, we would like to note that when an animal comes to slaughterhouse, it undergoes all the necessary sanitary expertise, so it's absolutely healthy, and we get blood out of this animal. After that, the blood is conserved and processed, or it can be processed instantly, and in our case, we have a complete process and cycle. And after that, when we centrifuge blood, we get a ready product packed and labeled, ready to send to our pharmaceutical partners and colleagues, and there the product undergoes quality control, ready to be sold afterwards.
Yeah, so do we have Michael or no? Susan? Oh, is it your, no, I think, yeah, for sure. Yeah. So we have question from Susan for this project. In your studies, 10 companies told you that they will not use your product. Did you ask them why? What do you think will make them change their mind?
Yeah, I'm asking them. They are not interested in introducing new technologies in their companies because they saw some risk in this, but I don't understand why, because in my opinion it's perspective technology in pharmaceutical sector.
Okay. Susan, is it an answer for your question? Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you. So we have time limits. This is the end of our presentation session. Thank you, Ilya and Veronica, for your time presentation. It was interesting. So right now, we have a time for voting. Right now, my colleague is sending a vote link. Yep, you can find it in the chat. We asking you to follow this link and answer all these questions. At the end, we kindly ask you not to forget to send the results of your voting. So there will be a button at the end. So please send it. And just to remind that we had 5 presentations. I just remind you the name of these 5 projects. First project was Pump and Pickle, and it was presented by Elizaveta. And the second team was Blood Meal, and it was presented by Evgeny. The third was Protein Sausage Food, and it was presented by Ivan. The fourth is a functional feed products that was presented by Alexandra and Pavel. And the last is a blood processing products that was presented by Ilya and Veronica. So also just a kind reminder that right now we have a fight for the 30% of the total mark for all these projects, and this stage is about international expertise. So please help us with the right choice.
Yes, and you have 5 minutes for voting, please.
Yeah, so we have 5 minutes, so just do it. So we could make a small break for these 5 minutes, and also to get an opportunity for us to vote. So please stay tuned. We also are staying online, and in 5 minutes we'll meet together, and in order to finalize our results, and probably some small questions and so on. So please vote. So colleagues, yeah, so 5 minutes left. We stop voting because we need some time to calculate all of these results and to determine the winner for today's session. And while my colleagues are preparing results, I would like to ask Daria to share some information about Pskov region, because there is a place where might be industrial symbiosis will find some new life. So Daria, could you please tell us about this project and a work that you're doing in order to start a pilot?
Okay, Alexandra, thank you very much for this opportunity to tell a couple of words about the project we are realizing together with Pskov administration. First of all, I would like to just mention how this project was initiated. My colleague from ITMO University, the PhD student, Sergei Gastev, a couple of years ago, went to Pskov region, and he is the PhD student of Green Tech faculty of ITMO University. He is studying at the School of Biotechnology and Cryogenic Systems. So when he entered the Pskov region, he found out that the level of life of Pskov is very poor, and he understood also that the plant that is situated in Pskov region, it's there is the Pskov grass. It's some energy regional power plant is located in the Dedovich region, and this plant was going to be closed. And this was the motivation for Sergei to communicate with his colleague from administration of Pskov region, and he found out the way how to change the future of this plant and how to create the industrial area where some plants from agriculture, from fishery, from IT sphere could create their production. And the idea of such symbiosis was supported by the government of this Pskov administration, as well as by our university team. And about a year, we have communicated with different enterprises. We were just negotiating with them concerning the possibility of open their plants on this region. There are, of course, some advantages to locate the production there because the electricity cost is very cheap. Also, there is another positive advantages of location, the productive production there, because there is a special discounts for the plants. And so now the previous week we have a very good meeting with the governor of Pskov region, who officially told that this project is really prospective. And there was there was signing of agreement with the ITMO University rector, and these two organizations are going to promote this industrial symbiosis project there. So now we have several companies that are going to invest several milliards of rubles in this region, and they are already going to begin building such plants, I suppose, in autumn. Now we are on the stage when Gazprom is deciding how to make this process of exploiting of the Pskov electricity power plant, regional power plant, in how to realize this process. So I suppose it will be a great opportunity for different Russian companies as well as for European partners. Everyone is welcome to be part of this industrial symbiosis area. And so if you have any questions, please ask me. I'm ready to answer.
So am I right that the main idea is to use electricity power that is now can be used because there are no any factories and premises and so on?
Yes, yes, especially and the uniqueness of the project lies in the ability to use waste heat for heating, which can be used to heat not only the objects of the Pskov region, but also for the implementation of various business projects in the field of agro-industrial, fishery complexes, and so on, data processing as well.
Great, great. Hope we will finally to create an industrial symbiosis in Pskov. So, and you told that several companies are going to invest there. Could you please tell what sphere? Is it agriculture or production something?
Yes, first guys who were really interested were fishery companies because now they are spending a lot of money to heat their water for fishery, but there they have this heating for free. Of course, they are very interested to build the plants there. Another sphere is agriculture. So vertical farms and trends, and we were discussing about the growing different plants like manga and so on, because now in our country this food, oh no, this fruit is imported, is imported. But now we have the reality to grow such fruit trees in the Russian region, and it's very interesting.
Yeah, great. So tomorrow we'll discuss this project in details because we'll have Nikolai Petrimov, who is also promoting this idea. So my colleagues told me that we are ready and the results are also ready. So please, slide with. And yes, so we got it. We have a winner. It's a team 4. Just to remind for myself. Yes, Pavel Demidov and Alexandra. The project is Functional Fit Products. They are winner of our first stage of evaluating of projects with ITMO University. So my congratulations to colleagues. You got some step forward in order to get a final prize, but still it is not an end. We will evaluate it more, all of these ideas. So I think if there is no question.
We would like just to thank the jury for your time and for questions. And we think that it's a very good idea to organize such a competition. It's a good opportunity for students, PhD students, and for our university. Thank you very much for that you gave us the opportunity to take part in this project.
Yep, thank you a lot, Daria, for your cooperation. It was very nice to look through these presentations. So colleagues, thank you once again for your kind help with evaluating of projects and also for your participating in our first day of peer-to-peer event in St. Petersburg. Just briefly, tomorrow we'll start at 11 St. Petersburg time. I guess the same for Finland, and as for Denmark, Finland, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Poland, it's 10 o'clock. So we are waiting for you. Tomorrow we'll have 3 more excursions. Also, we'll see LivingLab. Also, we discuss a little bit roadshow in Russia and quiz. Yeah, we prepared, I guess, a good prize. So everyone is welcome. Do we have some question? Someone raised hand. Lisbeth? Yeah, do you want to say something?
No, I was just wanting to give you my applause. It has been a really great day, and it has been very inspiring to hear all the young
Elizabeth,
people.
sorry, we didn't hear you. Could you please kind repeat it?
No, I was just going to give my applause.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting us in. Very good. And also thank for my colleagues from Time Group who actually organized all of this event, and especially for Evdokia, who is really responsible. And yeah, and she, I think, made it great. So I think, yeah, it's time to end. And just so you are welcome for tomorrow. Bye-bye, colleagues.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your time.
Dear Commission, thanks a lot of the trust in our project. It's been an honor to protect it today. Thank you very much.